It's Cuban sandwich time. Look at all these weird missions. A mother's plea. Oh, I've seen that before. The Kovalex delivery order. a lot of delivery missions and different titles that I've never seen them all at one place before like that. Like there's literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different missions, and they all like this is a dynamic. We should see more of this where there's just a lot of different types of missions instead of like the one that everybody's doing. Oh, retake SPK. I haven't even done the retake SPK. I don't know. Like, I'm kind of afraid to go to SPK now because, like, I never liked the place in the first place. Like, I don't. FPS combat in this game sucks. So I don't like putting myself in a situation where skill cannot determine the outcome. And there is really no such thing as just being good in FPS combat in Star Citizen because of the fact that the state of the servers and the server tick and ping and all that jazz, all that shit comes into effect to make FPS combat not very good. You can't even rent a ship in Arena Commander or put guns on it. Like, I literally can't even launch Arena Commander. Like, that shit's literally broken. Well, I mean, this week it didn't work, so I'm just telling you, like, I have been unable to launch Arena Commander, so it's not relevant. But my point is that FPS combat in this game is lackluster, and there's no point in doing missions, and for that reason, I don't go to SPK or fuck with that stuff, because it just doesn't make sense to just literally, your combat is not based on skill, it's based off of fucking RNG. So that's all I'm saying.
The next shuttle is approaching the station. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Alrighty. I should probably get on this shuttle, I guess. Go to the spaceport. Let's spaceport it up. Accepted. I'm not at a hangar yet. I'm just kind of heading to the spaceport.
Station. If this is your stop. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart. The next shuttle is approaching the station. The next shuttle is approaching the station. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
So I guess one of the things we really have to figure out, like, you know, hear me out. We're going to go, and day one, wipe happens right now. I'm going to get 3 people, hop down into a 3-person channel, and we're going to start reclaiming. But the problem with the reclaimer is it sucks in Atmo. So to take your load into Lorville, you're going to have a problem flying in Atmo, and it's not that you're gonna have a problem. It's gonna take forever, is what I'm getting at. So I think the reality is we should have a cargo person that transfers cargo from the reclaimer to preferably something like a hull A, that we can do it quickly. Like the method of moving a box, I think, is kind of quite challenging.
Welcome.
You know what I mean?
Vehicle retrieval system.
So maybe we should look at that game loop and how, like, make a couple boxes and see what it takes to get the box out of the reclaimer, because I think we have to go on the elevator, and it may not be something we can do. So let's take a reclaimer out and just look at that game loop and what it takes to move a box of RMC, recycled material composite or whatever, something like that. What it takes to get a box out of the ship, and also like how those boxes behave on the elevators and whatnot if we're moving a couple of them. At least in Lorville and cities, you cannot be attacked. That's true, Dust. But you have to be in the safe zone, and man, it's, you know, again, the time of getting this thing in and out of Atmo, it just takes too long. And in a world where you're battling the clock, like, this thing should be on station, just non-stop scrapping, and we should have a cargo person come and do the cargo. Speaking of cargo, does this rear cargo elevator work now? Because this rear elevator has not worked in, like, where is it? It's right there, right? This elevator has not worked in like 10 years or something like that. Where the fuck is it?
I'm pretty sure the elevators work last time I checked.
No, because there's no marker for it. Is it way up here? No, because the elevator's on both sides of the room. So it's like right here. I'm pretty sure this is it right here. Yeah. Cargo lift. But there's... Oh. I'm in hangar 13, by the way.
I'm just boarding shots, so yeah.
It's weird that... I don't think you can use this elevator from the ground. I think you have to go... I'm gonna get the ship started. When you come in here, see if you can figure out how to open that rear elevator. Because this sucks. Like, if you have to use this elevator all the time, you can only do one person at a time on this elevator. And this elevator used to kill people too. Like, it used to be really bad. See, that one we can call just by clicking where it's supposed to go.
Gotta kick you off at this.
Will space stations have hangars to ship like reclaimers? I think that the reclaimer is going to be a docking collar only ship, and this is the other thing I don't like. They updated the click UI, which we didn't really need to do. The one that they already had worked, but now like hitboxes and shit don't really make sense half the time, and you don't see the change in the cursor when you're on something. Like, see, it gives me that finger even though I'm actually pushing anything. It doesn't make sense why they changed that. Like, I'm really over them spending time redoing stuff that they have already done in the past couple years. See, like, look, the cursor doesn't change at all. We just get the nameplate. The cursor remains the same even if we're over here. I liked it before when the cursor actually changed when you were on something you could click on. I think that's dumb. Ace, what's your story? Where are you at?
Arriving at the space station now. Space.
What'd you do? Go the wrong way?
Just taking forever or something like that, so. Right.
Aegis combat system.
You are clear to launch.
Here, I'll actually open exterior, and maybe that will extend that elevator out. And maybe it won't. I do like the light array on this thing.
Elevator.
Yeah, they do need to fix docking. Like, what? Don't get me started on bashing Star Citizen. Like, docking, they just put it in the freaking game and they broke it already. Exterior elevators do not seem to be working. Let me try actually pushing the button wherever it is. Open exterior. Oh, we have an elevator coming down. Let's see if it does anything to the ship.
Nice. Look what the commies do.
Elevator doors open, but the elevator's not there.
Video is.
Maybe it has to be clicked on additionally. The front elevator's down. I think they disabled the rear elevator coming down because it was a problem. I do recall reading something about that. I don't know if it was a 3.17 thing or if it happened a year ago. I mean, it's not like we've been using this ship because it hasn't been usable.
Are you sure it's Hangar 13?
No, I'm not
Or
sure.
Is it docking?
No, it's not docking. It's, are you at Hangar 13?
Yeah, nothing's here.
I mean, do you see my player pip? Are we on the same server?
It's like free. Yeah, we are on the same server because I can see your pit. It's 4K away.
Well, try Hangar 11? I don't know. I have no way of looking. I'm in the ship. I called it out when I got in the elevator. You gotta get a little post-it notepad and write it down next to you, because once I say it once, well, maybe I can zoom in.
Launch complete.
Are we in space now? Oh, that's great. What the fuck? I got out of the seat and the ship just like jumped up.
Thank you. And please visit again.
Ace, just get a small ship and start flying because I gotta move or this
Oh,
thing's
yeah.
gonna get. Oh god. Oh god. Go Reclaimer, go. Yeah. Like I got out of the seat and it just like jolted the ship up.
Yeah, I'll just get a cutter and then.
Yeah, just take whatever. Open and close exterior keybinds don't seem to be working. What's up, the Red Bear? We're going to do a little bit of testing here to see, you know, 3.18 right around the corner. Good God, look how slow we are. We are going to do a little bit of testing to see how hard it is to get boxes out of the Reclaimer. Like, you know, day zero comes and we want to try and recycle with a crew. We want to keep the Reclaimer on station working and have another ship come and be the cargo ship that takes the cargo. So we just need to decide how complicated, how complicated would that be if we put like 100 boxes in the ship? How many people are required to move those boxes to a freighter? And does that make sense, like time versus money? Because obviously the Reclaimer, we are not moving. We are in Orison, and we are just flying sideways here. So I'm going to rotate to VTOL mode and see if that gives us better climbing capability. I know in the past I literally strafed up to go up, and that worked better. Yeah, definitely. Cargo Train is going to be the name of the game, I think. And, you know, again, you wipe supposedly maybe tomorrow. We'll see. I doubt it. But at the end of the day, I just want to make money. Like, I want to go in and know what the fuck we're doing and do it. Like, we're going to work. We're going to video game work. So that's going to be important for me to do a good job and make that money.
So are they going to do another wipe when 390 cross?
Oh yeah, free easy. Well, I fall to my death.
Hold on,
Yeah.
let me unmute. Let me unmute you guys so it doesn't sound like I'm talking to myself. 3.19 may be a wipe too. I don't know. Like I don't follow the details of each patch, but yeah, there's gonna be wipes because you know they're gonna be introducing technology that requires it, as server technology changes or whatever. And then, you know, the other very real problem is that there's going to be exploits, and if the entire economy of the game gets ruined by cheaters or exploits or RMT, then they're going to have to probably wipe that too. Like, you know, they don't need to babysit that stuff too much because it is alpha, but at the end of the day, they are a company that's selling chips to make money. So if they mess with that too much, that model gets broken too much, I suspect that there will be additional wipes or corrections made.
Right.
They
yeah,
have...
Because, like, you know, I suck at this game, okay? And it will take me forever to get enough money to keep buying ships.
Yeah, I feel that. And, you know, your best gameplay is going to be to play with other people that are making money. You know, if you can fly a cargo ship or you can come be one of our salvage crew inside the ship, like I'm going to need that, you know, so.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good.
It may not be a bad idea to load up the PTU if you have the drive space and practice what we're doing because, you know, we're when we go to work, we don't want to be like trying to figure it out or teach people. We want to be going to work.
Yeah, that's probably a problem for me.
You don't have the drive space for it?
No, I don't.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's probably going out. It's probably being released tomorrow, so you're gonna learn one way or another.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna make a tiki-taki. I don't ever make TikToks, but I'm doing it for Star Citizen. Is this my TikTok? And make sure it's my Superfedge TikTok and not... No, I'm not Jeff.
Well, that didn't work.
Alright, I'm gonna just get out of this atmosphere now.
Whoops. Give me a second. I'm making a TikTok. Don't say anything. I need a vacuum.
There's a big ship out here.
Oh, ah. Don't say anything for a second. I'm trying to make a video.
Oh,
Please.
sorry.
All right, cool. Need.
You out of atmosphere?
No, I am. I'm getting there. Let me pull up a little bit more.
Error CI. Did you just get kicked out of PTU? As
Nope.
well? What the hell? Lead. No. Oh my god, I just got all out of that atmosphere. Count login timeout.
What's that?
I'm getting the count login timeout when I try and load up.
Uh oh, you got banned. What'd you do? Oh, I just got a CIG account. Yep. Error 19005
Yeah,
account
same.
login timeout. Please try again.
Star Citizen Alpha PT. Yeah, they released another patch, I think. Or is that just notes for it?
Maybe, I don't know.
Alright. Oh yeah, it's another one.
We have a patch?
I think so.
Hit verify and see. 8387153, is that what you're on?
Yeah. I'm gonna try to log in again. See if
83. If you're on 8387153 without patching, then I'm not.
that's odd. I'm trying this. Oh yeah, I just got the thing to install it. Am I being dumb?
What do you mean?
Let me try and load it up again.
If there's a patch, it'll take a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you need a gunner, Redbeard. Like, if you get found, you're dead. Like, especially with the cargo ship. So, the Reclaimer. I mean, we'll see where ballistics are if they nerf the 60. Was it? It wasn't even 60 second. It was like 18 seconds that arrow could kill a Reclaimer. Account login failed. Please verify your login credentials encountered during the phase of hub authentication.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait a minute until you log out of your browser and then
Okay. Sign out. I'll sign out with the
yeah,
RSI
sign
Vulture as
out
well.
and sign back in and see if it changes. I gotta vacuum my fucking joystick. It's dirty.
Alright, yeah, there we go. Just log out and log in. I'm updating it.
Oh, that's wrong. Come on, let me Alt F4 or whatever the fuck I need to do. Here we go. Log out.
Right, I'm launching it again. I updated it. Perfect.
There we go. ETU. Getting the update. Oh, right back, my food.
Please just let me log in. Oh my god. Let me check what they said.
See if there's any patch notes while we load up.
The things they fixed.
Oh no, I think I ordered double Cubans. Double Cubans.
Actually, 3 bug fixes and fixed 3 server crashes.
I can't
That's what
believe
they
they sent
put.
me 2. That was dumb. Yep, there's an update.
Right, I have to add you again, which is annoying.
Okay, I'm gone. Later, guys.
Place, same place, Horizon.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Okay. Let me know what hangar you're at once you get there.
Music off.
I'm glad.
Oh,
I'm
it's
glad I'm not
that
the only
guy.
one. Glad I'm not the only
It's
one,
that
brother.
guy. No, that I know exactly who this troll is. Oh
I'm
wow!
loving
Now
it though.
somebody just
I'm
popped
digging
into
it.
my bed.
Oh, hi there. Yeah, it keeps
What the hell's going
switching
on?
me back and forth.
Oh, what am I hearing? Someone's playing on a piano. Is this you next to me? No. So am I. Oh, you're in a different one.
The voice chat thing coming.
The next shuttle is approaching the station. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart. Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing. Approaching next station. If this is your stop, please prepare to disembark.
Are there any patch notes?
Yeah.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Anything major?
No, just some that new Scorpius I think they fixed. Something about that.
Oh, I wonder if I have that.
Ah, my hands.
Missed your shuttle? Not
Let me invite you to party. Do you buy a multi-tool first, or like...
Oh my god, you are so loud. Hold on.
Oh, my bad. Son of a...
Why you always so... You're always so horny for parties. Like, I don't get it, man.
Listen. Yeah, that was weird. I'm never saying that again.
Alright, let me turn this way the fuck down. Say something?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep, I'm just adjusting volume. Say something again?
Oh, hold on. It's this. Is it fine now?
You're loud, but I guess not too loud.
What about now?
Yeah, I think that works. I'm just turning everybody down. Just getting my level. Getting my levels, as they say.
There's some Omni and cardboard thing on my mic. That's doing it. Yeah, it's with the blue Yeti. Keeps on doing that.
Turn that shit off. Good comms are important. Your volume should be the same every single day.
Yeah, I have like a preset.
I'm gonna create like a pro audio channel that you have to have permission to get into, and you can only get in that channel if you don't have background noise, if your volume's consistent, if you know how to use Discord, for Christ's sake. Because it's crazy how many people don't realize how bad they are in Discord.
Let me check if my settings changed. I don't think they did.
What's up, Shark? How you doing?
Vehicle retrieval system.
Skark, not Shark. So first things first, do we have the new RSI? We have this new ship. Nope. I have a regular Scorpius. I'm gonna guess that's not it.
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
I'll take a quick
Your
look.
vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us.
Okay, it should be fine now.
And what's up with like CIG only giving a new ship to like Board Gamer and people like that? Like that's bullshit. What does he get that we don't get? Like that's, I don't know. I don't like CIG as a company. I think their business practices are shit.
I just think giving special perks to streamers and stuff.
Yeah,
is just,
that's
like,
bullshit.
bad.
Everybody should get it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And the Scorpius is also a fucking joke. Like they literally took a Scorpius, removed the fucking turret, and that's a new ship they're selling for $200 something dollars.
It's shocking.
I just want to take a look at a regular Scorpius while it's fresh in my memory, what the new Scorpius looks like. Yeah, so literally they took the Scorpius, they removed the turret, and on the back behind the turret, they put like some different graphics on it. It probably took them all of like a day to build this ship, the EMP Scorpius. They need to stop the cash grabs and fix fucking elevators. Like, I'm over it. I'm over the excuses. I'm over the lies of Arena Commander. Squadron 42 will be out this year. They've been saying that for 5 years. 1 year's okay. 5 years is not. I'm sick of the fucking lies. Like, the Scorpius, the EMP Scorpius is absolutely a cash grab. And they should stop doing that. Yeah, people will absolutely buy it.
Like, I don't even think they spent like a month on it. It's literally just pressing the delete button.
They literally removed the turret and put like a blue fucking shit shiny thing underneath it, and they changed the back of the ship. Like they barely did any work. Like I could have done that shit. Hey, Super, congratulations! You just got hired by CIG. We want you to build a new ship. I'll be like, sweet, yeah. Let me just remove the turret of the Super Hornet, and I'll call it the Hornet EMP. Sell it for $180. Let's go.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered.
The money they make is like insane.
It's not insane. I mean, it's not even $1 billion company, but I don't know. I'm just over the business practices. I feel like they're becoming a bad company. And I used to fucking drink this Kool-Aid, But now I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed at the mismanagement of funds, the mismanagement in general, the bullshit answers, the bullshit moderation, the bullshit devs. Oh, we're making the greatest game ever. No, you're not. You were making the greatest game ever 10 years ago. Now it's time to fucking get this project out. It's time to do some real fucking work. I want to see depth of play. I want to see missions work. I want to see bugs fixed. I want a fucking star map that works. Like, this is some basic shit that you should have done years ago. All right, let's pull out the Reclaimer. We're going to pull the Reclaimer out. We're going to look at, with, you know, White Beam potentially tomorrow, we're going to look at the possibility of using the Reclaimer to be our day zero moneymaker, get a group going, get cargo ships going, and specifically what we're going to look at is how hard is it to get boxes out of the Reclaimer and into a cargo ship. There's only 2 of us, so we're not going to actually bring a cargo ship, but we're going to pretend that there's a cargo ship there. Hangar 14, let's roll.
I'm in your elevator.
Yes, I see. Meanwhile, I'm going to chow down on a delicious Cuban sandwich. Which there's auto run.
Huh? Oh, auto run, yeah.
Auto run. Yes, it's a very important key
Auto
in
run.
any video game.
Oh, of course, one does need auto run.
Like right now, when I'm going to grab my sandwich, I could have hit auto run, and then when I got my sandwich and came back, I'd be at the Reclaimer. But instead, I had to stop running because there's no auto run. It's funny, I ordered Uber Eats, I ordered some delicious Cuban, but apparently I guess I ordered 2 because the app's dumb. Oh, that's weird. It's almost like a man turret. It looks like it's almost big enough to be a man turret, right? Like a Cuddy black turret. That's cool, Ace. You just go ahead and take the elevator. The captain doesn't need to get in the ship first or anything. You just go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine.
Go ahead and use the bathroom. I'll be up there in 5 minutes.
Can you fit people, like, 2 people in this? Oh, probably not. CIG is in the server. They are. Cletus dash CIG is in the server.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's PTU. I'm sure they're probably not a uncommon thing.
Where do you want me to go?
Out of my fucking way.
Okay, that's one thing. Should I hop in the co-pilot seat or what?
It's almost never a good idea to get in a co-pilot seat in a ship.
Alright, I'll just sit in the salvage.
Especially
place.
this one, because I think you fall out of the ship when you get in it. Yeah, the co-pilot seat literally does nothing in every ship. Can you name one ship that the co-pilot seat does something? Because you don't need the co-pilot.
True. True.
The Reclaimer does have a double size 5 turret on the top, but
Thank you. And please visit again.
wanted to do something. Oh yeah, my mic. Let me check the settings out on that.
The Red Bear! Exclamation point giveaway should give you the link. I just called you Red Bear, the Red Beard. Reading's hard. Here we go with the simp. If your attitude is I paid for it, it should work, then you're 100% playing the wrong game.
What? Where was that said? In game?
Yeah. Let's see if this fucking thing can fly. Lol. You should be able to just auto login with, with Twitch, no? That's how I do it.
Oh, we're heading downwards actually.
I was cleaning my desk with this vacuum, and I pulled the throttle down to vacuum the throttle. Or are we upside down? Let's see, where are we? There we are. That's hilarious.
Not far.
I'm back. Sorry, I was vacuuming. I got a new vacuum broom thing because we have a tile floor house. And yeah, the dust bunnies are driving me nuts.
I need to clean my PC. It's so dirty.
Yeah, I gotta do that too.
What's bits even do?
You sending me bits? Oh man,
Yeah.
what is that? Is that
I need-
$2 or 2 cents? I don't even know how it works.
$2, I think, something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm rich. Thanks, Ace. You're number one.
Number one donator.
Number one bit donator.
Never really used Twitch, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't use it very much either. Leonidas is like, I don't understand. It's so clean here. Let's see if my cameras are. So I have new Oh wait, this one's not turned on, so it probably won't work. Not plugged in. There we go. Let's see if this works. So I have joystick cameras. Lined up. Let's see. Yeah, they're kind of lined up. So you can see my joysticks here, Ace. So this is the alpha, and this is the throttle. But the throttle's got an analog stick here. So I had throttle speed limiter and I had thrust limiter. And then, you know, this is my spinny, and then XYZ. This one's kind of blurry. I don't know why this camera's blurry. Maybe it's just because it's zoomed in too much in dark mode or something, but regular camera's not working because I had it turned off when I booted OBS, so I don't think that'll work.
Alright.
Let's see. Let's see if I can make it work.
We're going down again, by the way.
You shouldn't. Oh, I don't have speed limiter on. You're a good co-pilot there. Yeah, I don't think this camera's gonna work because it
I'm pretty sure we're going down again.
you should be throttled up. That just takes a minute for the. I think we can actually jump. No, not yet. What is atmosphere? Why? I thought they lowered atmosphere to 40,000 meters or something like that. Apparently not, right?
It's like 90 or something.
Why is my face cam not working? Load up my Mevo app. Mevo. It's in webcam mode. It should be working. Ah, there we go. Hey, I'm alive. Hey! So I have my Mevo now. I got my 2 joysticks. I'm a streamer. But none of this, like my lighting's not on in here. That's why my face is doing all kinds of weird shit. What's up, buddy? And here's Leonidas. There. Come here, buddy. This is the little guy. He's the one that yells all the time. My space beagle. TARDIS. What's the matter? You wanted attention, now you got... Oh. You wanted attention, now you got it. Go ahead. You get down. Bye. Yeah, the Beagles are super smart and loyal and all that jazz, except for when he's outside. You know, obviously he sees a squirrel and pshoom, off he goes. He doesn't like to sit still, except for on the couch. He loves to sit on the couch. He's ruined the couch. Yeah, we're still not really going up. I have to kind of like afterburn and pull up. If I don't continuously afterburn or pull up and afterburn and strafe up, then the ship doesn't go up. And that's kind of annoying. Like, these huge fucking engines. I mean, I guess I could go VTOL mode, but then we go even slower. Let's just see. In regular VTOL mode, our climb rate is ridiculous. Now I could hold spacebar or up strafe, but like, you know, having to hold strafe up for 10 minutes is just not something I want to do. But I like the idea that the ship flies like ass, 'cause it's a big ship and they should, but at the same time I think it's a little too much. Yeah, it needs some food. But I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know, even in VTOL mode, like this is nothing new. Like, this goes back to a couple years ago when the flight model changed. I just think they should put a little more thrust in this. That's all.
I think we should be able to jump soon.
Yeah, I think 90K. I mean, it used to be 125, right? I could have swore I saw that they reduced atmosphere to like 30, but apparently not. I mean, you can also afterburn if we just... Let's see, does Toby work here? Do we have a power triangle? Huge ship, only has 2 MFDs. Massive ship. Stores like the most cargo of all ships. Has 2 MFDs.
Should be around like 90. We should be able to jump, or 95. Not sure.
Well, we're passing through 90 here in a second. Oops, let me turn that off. Yeah, and that's what we're literally what we're doing. YouTubers, we are going out to look at how difficult it is to remove boxes of material into space to transfer into a cargo ship, because if wipe does happen tomorrow, we're probably going to take a couple guys and go out on Reclaimer and try and min-max it for a day or two just to do something different, you know. So knowing what we're going to actually do would be nice, to just get out there and start doing it and start making money and already be trained and know what we're doing, so we don't die or have to go get another Reclaimer, because this sucks. Like, having to fly a Reclaimer out of Atmos sucks. We'll more than likely fly out of Lorville, but you know, we're gonna just look at how difficult it is to move stuff around. Do they bounce around on the elevator? Yada yada yada. So let's see, can we jump yet? Oh, you were right, 90K is the number.
Mm-hmm. That's way better than 150 or whatever it was last time.
So you can see that, let's see, one of the other things, I'm just going to complain all day today. One of the other things I don't like is when you hit your quantum, that one wasn't too bad. There used to be like a really long dramatic pause, and I'd end up hitting the switch again because I thought it didn't activate, and then I'd turn it off. So it was like this never-ending loop every time I wanted to quantum somewhere, of like starting to quantum and then hitting the stop button inadvertently, and it was just annoying. Like, you know, the annoying bugs are probably the worst ones for me because it just gets under your skin. like the elevator at Grimhex, you can get by, but if you die and you're like trying to get back into a fight, and you're running, and you have to deal with this elevator 3 times, it's too much. So I'm not sure. I haven't been doing the scrapping but like once or twice just to do it. So I don't know the nuances whether all the ships are everywhere, but from what I've experienced is over here at Hurl 2, I found a lot of 890 jumps, like almost all 890 jumps. And I think originally I went to Hurl 1 and found a bunch of C2s there. I don't know if that's the case, if like certain areas are predominantly certain ships. I think that's what's going on. But let's just pop over to Crew L2 and see what we find, you know, and we'll go from there. And who knows if this is the way it's going to be in live. Like, it could be played, you know, who knows? It more than likely will. We more than likely will be doing it at Hurl 1 where there's 890s because we can come out of Lorville, which is where we're probably going to come out of. We'll see. You know, this is us learning. L5 had a lot of C2s for me. So L5 is like Hurl L5? Is there another L5? There's Crew L5. I wonder, oh, if there's all L5s. It's weird that I guess Crew L5 means it's a Lagrange between the Sun and Crusader, right? Is that how that works? That would make sense.
I have no idea.
Alright, so we're here. Well, kind of here. We gotta jump again. Oh, look at this. There's multiple points. Let's go to A. Let's go to A and see what's there. They did reduce rare big wrecks from the patch notes. JFD, is that the patch that just dropped today? And that makes it more coveted to find those 890s and whatnot. So I kind of fuck with that idea because they were everywhere. But I think at the end of the day, adjusting that should just be like a database entry. Like they literally could probably do it real time. Well, I mean, with Quanta, they could probably do it real time. Like literally just push an up arrow or down arrow to increase or decrease the amount. Let's see. I mean, hopefully we can find Rex. This is my ping right here.
Let me get into the scrapper thing then.
Yeah. And if it was an 890, we'd probably see it under 10K, so that's probably down at 890. Am I set? Oh, we can't change ping angle still. That's a little weird. It's weird how they break things like that, right? Like, ping angle's been a thing for a long time. How did you break that?
How'd you, like, extend for scrapper thing?
You just turn
just like this?
You just turn it on.
Is it on? I'm pretty sure it's on.
Well, yeah, there you go. It's on.
Get that.
These are probably gonna be tiny ships because I still don't have targets, or they're mining nodes.
Oh, I think that's the one in front.
It looks like it, doesn't it? No, those are nodes.
Yeah.
What is that?
It's a ship. Huh.
Are they pieces of ships? What's going on here?
Let me see.
I can't target them.
Yeah, so
It looks like they're pieces of ships, doesn't it? I haven't seen that before.
Yep.
That's kind of neat. If that's they're like pieces of scrap, not just a ship. Huh.
Should I start extracting?
I have no way of knowing what the range to target is. So, can you see the range of the thing right in front of us?
It doesn't say anything about the range.
It looks like it may be a piece of a 600i, right? Like, does that look in the cell? I can't target it either, so.
It's not working.
Huh.
Wait, there we go.
What's the range?
100 now meters.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of nose up so we have a good angle.
Why doesn't it work on this bit?
Are you scrapping it?
Yeah, it works out.
Yeah, it looks like a nacelle for a 600i. So we need to make enough. You don't want to fill it up because we need to go make the multi-tools and the tractor beam attachments.
As soon as you said that, it literally just ejected.
Ace, come on, bro. Fail as a scrapper. How much stuff is here? That's the big question. Are you scrapping it right now?
Yeah, I'm scrapping it now.
Alright, so what you want to look at is your extraction rate on the top left. And you want to kind of, don't move around like you are right now, because it's not the graphic, it's the number you're seeing in extraction rate. And that extraction rate, you can move really, really slow, because you want to keep that, like if you're getting if you're getting 0.0005 or bigger, you want to go slow. You follow? People make the mistake of painting like you're doing right now, and you're moving way too fast. Look how slow I'm moving versus how fast you're going. I'm still extracting 0.001. So you're leaving a lot of material behind. If you went back and went to get the material, if you went back to extract the area you already did, you'll see that you have a ton of scrap still in that same area. Don't go by the no material. Don't go by the circle. Go by the extraction rate. You follow?
Okay.
I want you to extract until you're at 90% full and then turn the laser off.
What module are you using?
I'm just using the default one.
Okay.
It's not about like anything other than understanding that the painting mechanic does not show you how much you can scrap. You have to go by the numbers of your extraction rate. That's pretty cool that scrap's just floating there like that. They did something neat. The reclaimer, like you can't, that's the technical, the ergonomic design for call lift. The pieces of scrap that are just floating metal starts with even values that are higher density than most ships. Okay, that's good to know. Are you coming? All right.
Yeah.
So let's give you a brief lesson on how to get back into the cargo area, the reclaimer. Try not to walk around in elevators, man. If you kill me, I'm gonna get really salty with you. You know better than that.
I'm standing still.
Okay, you're moving on my screen, just so you know.
Right.
We always play that your captain is lava. Or I shouldn't say captain, because I hate that whole, like, I'm the captain, work for me. Like, your teammates are all lava, right? So we come back here, that's the path we take through, you know, da-da-da. Gotta push the little call elevator button.
Which deck do we go to? Cargo hold, salvage?
We're going to cargo processing, I think. Salvage processing.
I'm standing still, so...
There's storage here. Well, we'll go over the storage, because this thing can hold a lot. And ultimately... Yeah, you already knocked one box out. So the first thing you want to do is make a multi-tool. Don't make anything yet, okay? I'm going to make one on each. So I'm going to create a multi-tool here. You grab that multi-tool, and then over here I'm going to create the attachment. True tractor beam attachment. So grab that multi-tool, come over here, put the attachment on it.
I've forgotten how to put the multi-tool away.
You long press R. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Was there any material left in this, or no? No, that uses like all the material. So then you're gonna, like, the cargo grid for this stuff is over here.
So do I pick it up?
You gotta put the multi-tool on, and then you tractor beam it over here. And it'll snap. You'll see the snap thing, right?
Oh, move.
Like, it should be right there where you're standing. Do you see any snap grid there? Like, go towards the wall more.
Oh, there.
Okay, there you go. Alright, so, like, it'll stack here. I think it stacks too high. Maybe I'm wrong. But then, like, down here is, like, this is the cargo.
Should I drop down? Yeah, I'll drop down.
Like, I'm pretty sure this is all cargo grid right here, right?
I think it's extra space, yeah.
So I think maybe it is. I'm pretty sure it is. So I think that, like, the mentality is that you salvage, you fill that up, and then you drop the rest down here, and you can store it here. But you may actually have to go across the way to cargo. we'll see. So we're gonna bang out a couple boxes, and like maybe, you know, one person will always stay salvaging while the other person will manipulate the cargo. Let's get like 10 boxes or so, and then we're gonna try and move those outside and just see how that works. Try not to run into. You're killing me, bro. Like,
you run into me.
No,
Right, I'm gonna stand here.
Yeah, I'm standing over here. Like, you know, I'm the streamer. I'm gonna push the buttons and do all this stuff. Like, you kind of help. Like, I was literally standing right here next to the button, and you walked through me to get to the button. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Is it not working or something?
No, it doesn't seem to be working.
Oh, let me check.
I'm the streamer. Yeah, I think we're fucking stuck here now.
Wait, actually, we are in deep space, so we could just get out through this way and
Get out how?
just open this, can't we?
Open what? Does this
back
open?
thing here. It says, oh, it's an elevator.
What? Whoa! I didn't know that was an elevator.
That was dangerous.
Holy shit! But look.
So
Wait! This is our way. This is it. This is how we put a cargo ship right here. Whoa. I didn't even know that thing existed. What?
now how do I close this so you can't get back in?
I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna use the elevator.
Is that the regular? That's not the regular elevator though. The regular elevator's over here. So there is a cargo hatch over here. Bro, my mind is blown. I never even knew that thing existed. I've owned this ship for like 1 million years and never knew that that was an elevator. Good job, Ace. Don't shoot me, bro. Don't shoot me. Alright, so I don't know if that elevator is going to work now. Yeah, I think all the buttons in the ship are broken. Huh. Well, that's not good. This is the elevator, right? Yeah, it is. Blame Ace. He pushed me into the ship and it turned us into it pushed us into a different dimension where the elevators don't work. I guess, but it wouldn't make sense to include in Terry's fix in the last stream. I'm kind of stoked about this elevator thing. I want to explore it more. Can we free fly a reclaimer? I like how it's like exit in big letters. I hope this kind of shit doesn't happen on live release. It's gonna be really annoying if it does. So wait, that thing's way over here, right? So the very tail end of the ship. Which would make sense. You'd want to offload your cargo from the very tail end of the ship. Can we fly up in here? Nope. Because it's like you can't. As soon as we get up here, gravity takes place and we fall down. There's no way to 0G enter. I don't think. We can try a couple times, but oh, this is maybe if we get some momentum. There we go. That's very cool. I don't know how he brought that up or down. I never even saw that. Ace, how did you activate this elevator?
Possibility. We are stuck.
How did you activate this cargo elevator in the first place?
There's just a little like button or little thing that said use elevator.
Where's the button? Was it just floating in air, or was there a physical button you pushed?
In air, floating in air.
Yeah, so, and there's no physical button to bring it back down. Not that it Well,
Probably at the top.
did you try to ride the? Oh wait, are you above us? No, you're back up.
Yeah.
Did you try to ride the elevator up, or did you fall through, or what happened?
I just clicked it. I didn't realize it was. I thought it was gonna go down.
Okay. So you probably could have ridden it up and then saved the day, maybe. But I think the doors, like in general, all button push doors seem to be broken. I guess I could go get in the driver's seat and see if that fixes buttons. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Red Bear. I think we could drop cargo right out of there because the deck above it is where you get it and you can drop the boxes down. So that really makes loading a cargo ship a one-person job, which is what we want. We don't want to have to hire more crew. We want to min-max our crew to maximize profits over time. So, you know, 2 people on the lasers at all times and one person's going to have to be in the cargo deck just moving boxes on the top floor. But then one person could come in a cargo ship. He could be responsible for moving the cargo to the lower deck. I mean, the top deck guy could help him, but he would solely load the ship. But that would be a good way for 4 people. You know, I think we could do well over $1 million an hour. Like,
Alright, let me just get back into the ship.
no, stay back there, bro. I'm gonna see if I can fix the doors by being in the ship. Where are you at right now?
I'm at the elevator.
Are you at the
Outside.
elevator button that doesn't work, or are you at the elevator behind me in the crew quarters?
Let me see where you are. The one...
I'm in the pilot seat. Go back to the doors that don't work and see if we can get them to work, yeah?
Alright. Let me hop back in then.
I'm just unlocking the ship. Maybe that changes things. I don't know.
What about, like, your open and close keybinds?
Just try and use the elevator door. The ones that weren't working.
Just open this. Alright, I'm gonna call the elevator. Let me see what happens.
Oh, we have radar lock. That's not good. Gaff. Also, the big ships should fire huge chaff.
Yeah, nothing's happening.
Okay, let me try open all. That's opening exterior. I mean, that shouldn't affect the fucking elevator. Nothing there either?
I'll call it again. I don't think anything will happen. Should I try the outside one on top?
I mean, I was just... So look, I was just unlocking to see if maybe somehow the ship's status changed or whatever. Like, if the unlock doesn't help... I mean, you could try shooting it or punching...
Hold on. Okay, close all the doors. Close all the doors.
You're gonna die. The elevator needs to come down. You can't... That's not...
Oh, yeah.
There's an elevator way up there.
Yeah.
And for some reason, that elevator doesn't come down anymore, which is weird. I don't know.
Hold on. Jeez. Oh. Is there any way I can pull it to a lower...
That's what I was getting at earlier. When the ship was on the ground, I could not deploy that elevator. And the front elevator, I wouldn't recommend getting in the front elevator because it more than likely will kill you in 0G.
Oh, she's seeing her looks.
But I mean, we did discover something really cool and important, and that is that rear cargo hatch. I never knew that existed.
Alright, let me go down here. Whoa. And I'm outside the ship. Again. Just got to phase through it.
A C-2 exploded over Area 18 and its wreck is just hanging over the streets and its cargo littered everywhere. Pretty cool. I mean, it should fall. Even though that is cool, the cargo should fall.
Right, I am stuck. Well, I'm gonna try and get to this elevator thing through the roof. It's all like glitch.
Oh, I heard an elevator noise. Maybe it'll work.
So I'm trying to do it. Like stuck in the wall right now, so.
You know what they say? Fuck around and find out, Ace. You pushed me into the wall, and that's what caused this. You pushed us into a parallel universe where elevator door buttons don't work, and now you are going to become part of the ship. That is the price you pay.
Are you able to try and move the ship?
I'm gonna try and punch the elevator door open.
Actually, that is a good idea. Maybe if we had a gun or something.
We're gonna check your roof for free. Yeah, I don't think I can punch open the door.
Seems like I'm getting...
Remote turret scanners and reclaimer won't let you exit still. Well,
Something new.
not really. Oh, let me give Carlos some cold fries too. Carlos, want some cold fries?
The reclaimer main elevator doesn't not work. Okay. Figure that one out. I think we just have to...
Like, it is in the patch notes the reclaimer main elevator doesn't work. So salvaging is the biggest part of this patch that's coming out. And they broke the reclaimer elevator.
That's gonna be so bad if they release it tomorrow and this isn't fixed. I think I'm gonna just have to backspace because there's no way I'm getting out of it unless
Yeah, I think we're done here in this PTU mission.
Yeah.
I mean, we could do the same thing with the Vulture, but
I think I don't really mind.
here comes another fucking white knight. It's been broken for weeks. So let that sink in. The reclaimer elevator worked before when on day one of salvaging. I got in my reclaimer, I went out and me and a couple buddies put 100 boxes of salvage in our ship. Against all the crazy odds of the game. And then here we are the day before the patch. And they have broken the elevator in the salvaging ship. That's 10 years old, mind you. This is not like, it's not a new ship. It's 10 years old.
There is no way they're gonna release this tomorrow.
Yeah, they probably... I would not be surprised if they release it tomorrow with a broken elevator on the reclaimer, with salvaging being the biggest thing in the patch, on the biggest salvaging ship in the game, which hasn't been able to do anything in 10 years. That is totally what CIG would do. What's up, Megan? How are you? How's everybody? Happy before patch day. Well, shall we look at the notes and see if there's anything else we give a fuck about? Like, we've already done it all. I don't know. So for you guys joining us, we were taking out the reclaimer to see how it works getting stuff in and out of the ship. If we came out and like just salvaged all day and had people come out and support us with like cargo ships and whatnot. But in doing so, we discovered that the elevators don't work. Although we did discover a new elevator, cargo hatch in the very back that I never knew about. But, you know, we can't do the whole reclaimer thing if the elevators don't work. Not everyone's having the same issue. SC tailors its bugs to each individual. What is this room? Control room?
What does it say on the floor?
I don't know. It's like a computer room or something. It's the water maker. Manual, select, tactical? I don't know.
Tactical water. Ooh.
Owned by Aegis Dynamics? No, it's not. It's owned by me. This is my ship. Oh, that's the that yellow emote is the trading tram at Lorville. Oh man, I made that so long ago. The new additions and features, even with bugs, make it more worthwhile to just pass the time in live. Okay, so are you shooting?
Yeah, I am. I'm trying.
Are you trying to blow the door open?
I'm stuck in the walls, so.
Yeah, I can help you.
Yeah, can.
Of course I can help you. Do you have med pens?
Nope. Oh, I do. Yeah.
Lost your... Where are you? I lost your... Are you under the ship? Are you in the ship? What's your
I'm
location?
like in the ship. Like sort of in between the elevator and
Did you fly up the elevator cargo hatch?
No, I just went going down the stairs and it just flinged me out. And I'm in the school.
Looks like you're in the ship. Let's see.
Yeah. You might have to try and move it forward, maybe?
Yeah, I guess I could do that.
Might work.
It's showing that you're... Oh, there's a ladder
yeah,
here.
so I went down there.
I didn't even know there was a ladder there. Learn something new every day.
You probably could join me in the wall. If it does the same. Of course it doesn't.
Oh, yeah, you're in the wall.
Did you see me?
No.
My gun.
I mean, yeah, hold on. Don't move. Don't move.
Oh yeah. 66, 50.
I'm shooting your hand. You can take a lot of shots on the hand. Are you bleeding out?
Capacity.
Are you in cap?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
You can drag, yeah.
If I had that tractor beam, I could, see your head, but I can't. See, this is the kind of shit I'm talking about with this new UI. Like, it highlights you, but there's no... I don't know what they did or why they did it, but it's dumb. Damn it. Is that a door? No.
What's that?
What is this? The engine room?
I think so. Not quite sure.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
I think I'll just backspace, there's no hope.
Well, I'll move the ship first, but...
Alright, yeah, try that.
Subdeck there. They're two separate subdecks. Maybe it'll drag you from over here, maybe? Let's see. It's weird they're not connected though, right? They are connected, never mind.
Yeah, I thought so.
What is this? Why is this the bulkhead? What are you in a room? Like, are you halfway in something?
Yeah, I'm like sort of in between it. In between the wall. Between
What's
the
behind you?
elevator.
Is that the cargo room?
Behind me is just the engine. Let me see. We're getting shot.
I was trying to shoot the door open.
Nothing's behind me. It's just the elevator. That's glitched.
I'm gonna go down the cargo deck that we were in previously, and maybe your legs will be sticking out. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like you're up a deck or two. Yeah, you're gonna be up a deck or two. I thought maybe you'd be right here.
Do you see my legs? Look.
The problem is I can't fly up there because as soon as I enter the elevator well,
That happens.
there's gravity. But no, you're... I guess I can move the ship and see if you fall out.
Yeah, try that.
It's weird that they write like Aegis on the struts and like all the... Wonder how many times it says Aegis on this ship. Rule number 1, pretend your teammates are made out of lava. Rule number 2, your teammates moved to where they are on your screen 3 seconds ago. Rule number 3, stay the fuck away from walls, bulkheads, doors, any object that you can get meshed into. Because you will get meshed into them.
Miss Star Citizen.
Walk in the middle of the hallway. Okay, I'm gonna nudge it back a little bit. You move?
Alright. Hold on. No.
I'm moving in all axis there. No joy?
Nothing. Yeah, nothing.
Well, I'll come and see if you've moved on my screen, and if you haven't, then we will
No clue.
Alt F4 from the PTU, because this is all we can do. I'm just so sick of people white knighting CIG. I think once we accept people that we paid to be testers, we'll have a better time in life. Chris Roberts is God. No, you have not moved. All right, well, I guess that's it for PTU for us.
Alt F4. There.
I'm gonna go brush my teeth. I'll be back in a minute. Got like Cuban sandwich in my tooth.
Be right back. I'm back. What, are we going back into it, or? Right.
We'll see what we do here. Bear with me 1 second. I'm trying to get my... Need to add an overlay. There we go. 12 days left, really? No. Oh, it's been running 12 days. Good odds right now on the contest. Not even 1 in 100. That's over 1% chance of winning for everybody. All right, let's check out patch notes and let's just see. Alright, so this is from today at 10:28 a.m. This isn't the patch that we just had. Maybe to AW. Oh, so this is the one. Face-up terminals are unusable and fade to black when accessed. Cargo goes invisible, sweet. Harvestable deposits may be invisible to players, cause collisions, or become unavailable for scanning, mining, or salvage gameplay.
Well, like, they're so weird when it comes to criticizing CIG.
They what?
You see, what people are weird when it comes to criticizing CIG.
Oh yeah, they fucking white knight them all the time. Crazy how many known issues mysteriously go back to being unknown without any mention of them being under bug fixes. And like this, like their development path is terrible. Like, you know, they're talking about the bug system now, and how like things go from known issue to like removed. Like right here, equipment ammos clips fell off the player. Are they removed or is it fixed? Like, did they just give up and say we can't fix that because they'll say something like future technologies fixing that anyway, so we're not going to work on it. Well, like that shit wasn't happening 2 months ago. They should have someone who does nothing but answer questions full time, because we pay enough money we deserve that. Customer service. I don't know. I sound like such a fucking Karen right now.
It's just that people expect a perfect game. Like, I can understand why they want a perfect game. I mean, obviously, yeah, but there comes to a point where people are just being blatantly stupid about it.
Yes. Well, like, this is a good example. Mining's a great chunk of the game. There's a large percentage of players that only mine. There are ships you buy that are only mining vehicles. Scanning doesn't work. Dates back to January of 2022, and this also is a problem that I remember from years and years ago. But basically, they didn't really fix it. They never addressed the bug. Let's look. Let's look at the actual issue council.
It wouldn't surprise me if they would, like, say they fixed it and they didn't. Something like that.
While I'm here, I should post my agent spam. Did I miss a video on the life of a miner? Oh, let's look. I'm gonna watch this real quick. Let's turn the music off here in the launcher. We're gonna watch this Inside Star Citizen that apparently I missed. Because I did see mention, one of the people mentioned that the reason...
Just when we think we're out, you all...
They said the reason that mining issue councils were nerfed or put away is because of this. So let's see what this is about.
Pull us back in. The mining profession journey has been one of the most collaborative in all of Star Citizen, with no shortage of player feedback and game systems that have been designed for flexibility and iteration. The upcoming Alpha 319 is set to bring with it a whole host of fixes and evolutions to improve the ways that players make their fortunes in the future.
Yeah, so the last time we said that we don't do anything about mining anymore and we leave it at rest. I think it was even when we introduced the mining gadget, so it was quite a while ago. And yeah, well, here we are, sitting here again and explaining to you why we actually had to retouch or wanted to take mining to the next level. So here we are, and giving you something more to enjoy with mining gameplay. So when we left mining, we thought it was already in a good state. So even introducing with the mining gadget, we introduced in, from our perspective, a nice little different approach on mining. So you have to leave your ship, attach the mining gadget to the rock, then get back into the ship and then do your mining procedure. And we also thought that it will help with difficulty, so that especially new players can buy a mining gadget to bring down resistances of the rock drastically, so they have an easier experience, mining experience. What we didn't have in mind is that we also have to facilitate expert miners that still need a challenge there. So what we tackled is a general balancing pass. That is, we adjusted all the items, all mineable heads, all mining heads, all sub-items that you attach to the mining head, the mining gadgets, everything now has different values. We cleaned it up drastically, so it is now clearer what are the positives of what mining head, what are the positives of a sub-item, what are the positives of a mining gadget, and what are the negatives that come with it. And this is more important now because we also touch the minables themselves. So all the minables that you find now have different values in terms of their resistance, in terms of their instability. So what we try to do is match certain mining heads with certain materials or resources that you find. So you will have mining heads that go better with, for example, aluminum, and others that might go better with iron. And this directly leads to the next thing, so we introduced finally iron, and iron is a ship exclusive mineable for now. We also introduced some new resources like genelite. Genelite is exclusively found in caves, and it's only mineable with FPS. And the reason why we wanted to introduce that is that, like, from the data that we gather from all of you playing, is no one uses FPS mining as a game mechanic outside of the prison. So we wanted to make it more attractive to players to use a multi-tool with a mining attachment other than just having it attached because you found it. So right now we want you to try out the new caves, find the new mineable, and I can guarantee you that it is really profitable to bring that with you. It's not as profitable as the mining as a profession, because if it's your day-to-day job, but it's like a nice golden nugget that you can find on your exploration tool. So next time you are in the caves, better bring a mining attachment with your multi-tool. We additionally cleaned up the way that resources are distributed throughout Stanton. And this is because we want to make resource gathering future-proof. With the introduction of crafting that will come further down the road, with its first implementation with the hull scraping gameplay, so you already got a glimpse of it. But what is important there is that we get a better control of where to find certain materials. And also, from our perspective, it's more interesting for players to know where they have to go to find certain material types. So what we did is we defined standard materials and quality or like rarity-based materials. Standard materials are something like copper, like iron, like something that you know from real life is used in basically every item that you find around. And those have distinct locations now within Stanton. For example, aluminum you can only find around Crusader, where copper you can only find around Microtech, which, so as a disclaimer, can change during our development, but just to give you an idea that we now have distinct location where you can find these defined standard materials. That doesn't mean that you cannot find the standard materials elsewhere. There are chances of you finding them elsewhere, especially asteroid belts get more attractive because they have a more diverse spectrum of materials. But on the planet side, like you know from Earth, we just have very distinct locations where you can find those rare earths. And what we also introduced is that each of the standard material always have certain more rare or rarer materials associated with them. So this gives you a glimpse of where we are going, where our intention is to have star systems with exclusive materials that you need for your crafting. So you have to travel to a certain star system to get the material that you need for whatever item you would.
You're not wrong. The mining mechanic's a little silly. And I think the reality of mining is that in real life, we mine veins, there's known locations, you go to this location because there's a huge deposit of whatever, and everybody goes to that spot and gets it. But this is mining's been an RNG. You go onto a planet and you just fly around until you find a node and get it, and that's kind of stupid. I like the fact that there's concentrations now, like what they said, where copper will be here and aluminum will be there. But the problem is none of that matters because all that stuff is trash. It's not. It costs more in fuel than you get paid for a load of copper. So, it's always been meta or bust. And it'd be cool if they got rid of that, but,
would like to create. There are two more things that we updated. So one thing that we noticed is that mining is a difficult profession. And we want to make the obstacle less threatening for new players, and that means that we
that is so Star Citizen there. You crack a rock and the rock jumps up and disables your ship.
Improved our mining UI a little.
The old mining UI was one of the most developed UIs in the game. It was one of the most readable already, but we discovered some improvements we could add to it to make it more enjoyable to the players. But we had some slight issues with, you could say, clutter, basically, with the center part of the screen with too many elements flashing. So for the next update, we moved some elements together. For example, we moved the mining throttle next to the power charge of the asteroid, since those two elements.
What the fuck did he just say? They moved what?
We moved some elements together. For example, we moved the mining throttle next to the power charge of the asteroid, since those two elements are semantically related.
I think what he said is everything's over here, because I think there used to be some stuff over here.
We've added a range bar to the left with all the ranges you need to keep in mind, like scanning blast radius and mining range of your head. We shuffle less relevant UI elements to the bottom of the screen to clear up space on the center part and on what you are looking at. We've also changed the display of scanning to make it less disruptive to the mining experience, and we've improved a little on a bunch of things like color and element positions within each card of the screen to make it more readable.
So now it is easier for you to see what distance you have to keep from the rock, what dangers you encounter on the rock, how your mining head actually is set up right now, and all the parameters that you need to know if the rock that you are targeting is actually mineable. For that, we even added a little helper that basically tells you, hey, it is very doable, it's an easy mining approach, it's a challenging mining approach, or it's an impossible one. Because now there will be impossible one. And this is where our last change for this update comes in, which is multi-crew mining. We thought that the size of the rocks and the power it required for multiplayer mining was sufficient, but especially with the mining gadgets, you could bring down the resistance so much that like multi-crew mining wasn't as needed anymore as we actually intended. And that's the benefit of having a game in a live environment where you, as the community, create videos, create reviews, post like comments on the spectrum that you are basically not as satisfied with the gameplay as you would like to be. And this is now our opportunity, and we saw the need in it to make it even more future-proof for all the upcoming systems. So we wanted to encourage players using the mole in a cooperative environment. And what we think lore-wise was that what makes sense and was an easy win for us was that because you are sharing one system, one computer on your mole, you basically have a way to synchronize your mining lasers. And by that, you get the benefit while sitting in a mole to decrease the instability of the targeted rock drastically. So if you compare this with a prospector hitting the same rock with, like if you have 3 prospectors hitting the same rock, you will get a punishment basically in terms of instability. So we wanted to make sure that it's still solvable. If you are an expert miner, you can counter the instability there. But it's more effort that you have to put into it compared to a mole, where with you have a high instability rock and you have 2 friends or 3 friends, you better pick your mole over the 3 prospectors because you will have an easier mining experience picking the mole. And there's
you
one
want to buy the more
that
expensive
ties
ship
in
now.
With the difficulty or increase of difficulty that we intended.
I don't understand that though, because using like the Lancet used to decrease the stability of a rock, right? Like make it more stable. And they just showed 3 prospectors making the instability higher. Weird, right?
With this update, and that basically brings us back to the resources and the update that we did for the resources. Something we didn't have before, but we will now introduce, is that each resource composition will have an effect on the weight or on the mass of the mineable. So that means there are certain materials that are heavier and therefore harder to crack. So you definitely need to bring friends to be able to crack the stone with the super dense materials in comparison to resources that are less dense and are more porous. So you will have an easier life or easier mining approach with them. This will not make single player mining worthless. It will make it more interesting for sure, because like we also will update a little bit of the trading, so it is even more valuable, or you get more profit out of even the less rare materials, because of the redistribution of the resources, suddenly there is a demand at the other side of the universe for aluminum, for example. So you might wonder when this update will be available to you. And I have some good news. So you might have seen the content that we put in this video already. So it is already in a playable state for us, but not only that. Right now we are on a good track to have it inside or have it part of the next major release after our 3.18 patch. We are very confident that it will be in 3.19.
So, what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that resources are being redistributed throughout the Stanton system and include new additions to vehicle and FPS minables. That the UI continues to evolve and improve the player experience. And that
Jared.
balancing changes to everything
get
from
it.
heads to consumables to gadgets and to the resources
We
themselves.
get it, Jared.
Means that
Interesting. So they're reworking mining again. This is what, the fourth time? I don't think I watched this one either. I don't know if I want to though.
The thing about Top Gun on the NES was that you had to land on the aircraft carrier. And most people could not land on the aircraft carrier. Like Billy Escobar and Daniel Cabu and I, we all had Top Gun. We would get to all had Top Gun. We would get together and we'd play. We could only play the first. The thing about Top Gun on the NES was that you had to land on the aircraft carrier. And most people could not land on the aircraft carrier. Like Billy Escobar and Daniel Cabu and I, we all had Top Gun. We would get together and we'd play. We could only play the first. Well, you could play the first mission, and then you would crash on the aircraft carrier. So then you could play the second mission. You would crash on the aircraft carrier, and then you only had one life left, so you could only play the third mission, and we'd crash on the aircraft carrier. We never got to play the fourth mission and beat the game for years. Well, the fourth mission was you attacked us. We didn't know. For years, we had no idea what the fourth mission was. And there's only 4 missions in the whole thing. And then, like, we came back to it in, like, high school, and we magically landed on the aircraft carrier one time. It's like, what? And then we got to see the fourth mission, and it's you attack a space shuttle.
Wow.
You're in an F-14, and you attack a space shuttle before it can take off. It's a great game, but the landing on the aircraft carrier was so devastatingly difficult that for years we never...
Like a real sim then.
Yeah, it's just you could only play 3 levels, and you could only play the 3 levels if you were perfect. Because you couldn't survive landing on the aircraft.
Wow.
You never played that?
No, never played it. No. The second one.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Star Citizen Live, your weekly showcase of NES and GameFAQs news. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and if you've never seen Star Citizen Live before, it's where we take about an hour at the end of our week, hang out with our CIG developers, and waste their time. On the show this week, we have 2 esteemed members from our VFX team here in the Manchester, UK. We have Mr. Mike Snowden.
Hi.
Hi. And Mr. Leo, and I'm going to let you say it because I got to that point and I should have asked you before. It starts with a V.
It's fine. Like, it's really difficult here in the UK, but Van Stink is like Dutch.
I've never heard you pronounce it.
No, really?
Do that again?
Van Stink is the...
Van Stink is... I've never heard you pronounce it. Like, what have we never asked you? You just leave.
I tend to not try even because people have so much trouble with it. So,
wow.
Yeah.
It's a cool name, though.
I'm impressed.
Yeah. It's a very regular name in Belgium. But it's, yeah. Here
He's just like, yes, this American and this British person is very impressed, but it's a very common and normal name where I'm from. How you guys doing?
Very well, thank you, yeah.
Thank you for coming down. This is your first time on the ship. This was your first time on the ship.
Yes.
Well, welcome to The Only Constant. It's the only constant is that it's 2 levels underground and has no air conditioning. How do you like it?
And it's
groovy.
nice and toasty. Yeah.
It's a bit warm today. We're working on the air conditioning problem. So because every show is somebody's first show, and because we haven't had you guys on in a while, let's take a few moments to introduce yourself. Mike, we'll start with you. Who are you, and what do you do for Star Citizen and the VFX team?
I'm Mike Snowden, and I am the VFX director. So I'm sort of in charge of the VFX department for CIG. Make sure everyone's kind of happy in the team and know what they're doing, and uphold the standards that are expected of Star Citizen and Squadron 42 VFX.
What's a traditional day like for a director, for a VFX director? Directors for different teams are different, but as a VFX director, just walk me through it.
Yeah,
let's do a Tuesday. What's a Tuesday like?
Tuesday, well, I get in very, very early in the morning, check all my messages. There's usually a few, although to be honest, I'll probably check them the night before. Just check through the emails, check through the team's messages, see what kind of things need dealing with instantly. Do a little bit of editor work on the sly, because I'm not really, as the director, I sort of don't really do as much of that. But play around with the editor, test things out, test the builds, make sure that they're kind of working for when everyone else gets in. By that point, people have started to come in themselves, and then there'll be inevitably people in the team will be coming with questions, and they'll be needing things reviewed. Before you know it, you're in the meetings that are, the established meetings of the day, and eventually it's the end of the day. Kind of typical day.
I can vouch for you answering the messages and everything on the off hours when you're not supposed to, because the off hours messages I send you are usually, hey, I saw this emulator console done by this thing on Kickstarter. Have you seen this? Is this a decent one? Or I found this old archaic, console that was only ever released in Switzerland, and check this out and whatnot. So that's usually what we talk about. But you're always like there, late night Sunday, like, why are you messaging me? Oh, it's not about work. It's about weird NAS. Yeah. So like this. Leo, who are you, and what do you do for Star Citizen?
I'm Leo von Steenkiste, right? I'm a principal VFX artist. Artist. What am I saying? I'm a principal VFX programmer. It's a big difference.
A little bit.
Must be the nerves. But yeah, I lead a small team of VFX programmers, and basically we do what Mike tells us to do. We work on the tools, the VFX, to create VFX. We work on making sure VFX are visible. We work on like the graphics engine side to make the particles do their thing, their magic basically. That's what I do.
Well, I should tell you, we do keep a list internally of people who mess up their own names on the show.
Okay.
We've been doing this. Well, I mean, this show existed before me. This show goes all the way back to Wingman's Hangout back in early 2013. But for the time that I've been running it for 8 years now, we do keep a scorecard of people who forget their own names during the thing. That was a forget your own title, so we're going to only count 0.5. So Tom, if you can add 0.5 for Leo. It's a score. It's not bad. You're doing well. You're doing well.
Yeah.
I get caught on things sometimes, and it's like I know I should really move on. Like if I were a professional and this were like a better show at a different place, like they'd be like, move on. But I get stuck.
It's fair enough.
Thank you. So the VFX team is one of these teams. We're all returning to office and stuff like this, and because I spent most of my time in LA and I'd only see you on visits and stuff like this, I never appreciated just how large the VFX team is. Yeah. And plus in the other building, sometimes we had to be scattered around because of the logistics of the building. In the new building, you guys are all gathered in one place, and when I turn a corner, there's just this enormous crop of VFX people. How big is the team now?
I think it's 21 of us.
Including everyone?
Yeah, including
It's
production.
over 20, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's 21.
21 people for managing the VFX for 2 games, Star Citizen and Squadron 42.
2 games and like the core tech side of it as well.
Cortex side. You get called on for like the trailer stuff occasionally.
Yeah, not so much these days. But yeah, I mean the engine itself, the improvements to the engine and to the effects per Leo's description of what his guys do. Yeah.
So every time we have you on here, we're just going to hit the greatest hits here at the beginning. There's always a discussion about what is and isn't VFX. There's a lot of things that people see in the game that, because it's visual and because it seems to have some effect on gameplay or whatever, they just make this assumption that it's VFX and whatnot. Talk to me about what is and isn't VFX, since you deal with this misconception far more than I do.
Yeah, I mean, I think the common one in our game at least is, or in our games at least, is clouds, gas clouds, planetary clouds. There's a kind of an assumption that that's part of the VFX team's work, which is conceivably in other places it could be and it would be, but here we provide support for gas clouds and clouds in as much as we'll provide like the lightning effects, the space, all the kind of dust inside them, helping with that sense of motion when you're inside these kind of gas cloud areas. But we don't really author the actual clouds themselves. There's kind of other artists and other engineers who deal with that side of it.
So what do you do? We started off with what you didn't do, but what is VFX? For someone who looks at Star Citizen today, you log in and you're looking at what part of what they're seeing is that's the work of the VFX team.
The obvious ones, starting with the obvious ones, really, like any kind of smoke effects that you see, smoke plumes, explosions, things like that. Thrusters, effects coming from the thrusters, the glowing of the thrusters. Weapon muzzle flashes, anything that's kind of energy, like energy in motion, is typically done by the VFX team.
A lot of those things you just mentioned emit light, but that's not the work of the lighting team. It's so much. That's why I'm interested in talking over. That's why I'm interested in just exploring this point where they cross over and bleed over to each other.
Huge amount of crossover, and it's collaboration, isn't it, as well? So we do actually, as VFX artists, we do spawn lights in the game. Actually, we spawn a lot of lights through the VFX, but we've got our own special lights that we spawn. They come from the particle system itself, and they're not shadow casting. We're not allowed to blow the budget, so we don't have shadow casting option. But like if we make an energy weapon effect, we'll usually have like a particle light that spawns along with the particles themselves. So yeah, there's crossover and collaboration.
So that was actually leading to my next question. So I'm glad you touched on it. The lighting, but everything in games has a budget.
Oh, yeah.
And when we use the term budget as developers, we're not talking about money. A lot of people hear that thing and they think, oh, that's how much money you spend. No, we're talking about it's a performance budget.
Yeah.
It's every single thing you ask a computer to do has a cost of that computer. So getting performance out of anything is about managing your budgets, your costs. Because your stuff, I'm just trying to start a fight between you and the lighting team. Because your stuff creates lights and stuff like this, do you fight over lighting budget? Do you do these things and the lighting team's like, no, you're taking into our lighting budget, we need... your answer like, you can't cast shadows, but we can, kind of thing. Talk to me about this interplay without... to start a war, I don't give a crap. Chris Campbell's a friend.
I was going to say Chris Campbell. No, there's
take a fight with Chris Campbell.
There's no falling out at all, to be honest with you. We don't really have like a fixed budget per se anyway. It's not like, right, VFX guys, you've got 20 lights, we've got 100 lights. It doesn't really work like that. It really just is what does the game need, like what is the use case. So there's not really we don't really fall out over it.
Well, that's because we're a PC title. We don't have the standardized hardware that you would find on a console. You only do these things and whatnot. We're still pushing the technology, and as we develop new technologies come online, new Gen 12 renderers and stuff like that. So the numbers keep changing. So so it's just kind of. But there has to be a point where you're pushing. Though there's a point where it's like like some bell in your head is like, did we go too far with that? It's like, can we go farther? Talk to me about this process. How do you manage wanting something to look as giant and dynamic and as crazy and as detailed as possible, with knowing you might create some heartbreak or heartburn, as the case may be, for others. If you,
I think it just comes with it. At least for me, it just comes with experience. It's like I sort of intrinsically know not to use too many lights for an effect. Like you just use as few as you can, and it's the same for the particles. Everything. Just use as few as you possibly can, whilst retaining like the high quality expectations. So I can honestly say, like I've not really had the conversation with Chris Campbell, like, hey dude, like, am I using too many lights? Are we stealing from your budget? I think he'd let me know if we were, though. I'm sure he would.
Chris Campbell, send your letters to Mike Snowden. Commander Carl Messer says, is this live? No. It was pre-recorded tomorrow. Leo, when I asked you what you did, one of the things you said was you do what Mike tells you. But I see him nodding his head. Part of what, I've been doing this a long time, and when I talk to designers versus programmers and stuff, designers have the ideas and we want to do this, and then programmers are usually the ones that are like, yeah, okay, I can give you that part of that and that part of that and that part of that, but you can't do this without negatively impacting this other. So talk to me about that balance and finding that balance and how you work to get these people the things that they're asking for, and how you balance not causing problems along the way, performance or any otherwise.
Yeah, it's a lot about kind of trying to teach people on what, like, how things affect each other. Yeah, it's basically sharing the knowledge. That's the best way to kind of tackle these kind of problems. And another part is then offering tools. So one of the things that we need to do is kind of take care of the budget, but then if people can't see how they affect the budget, they can't do anything about it. So, like, on our side, how do we handle that? We provide tools for artists to actually check themselves. What does your effect actually do? What effect does it have on the performance? And yeah, so it's those tools together with then actually telling people what does it mean when this tool shows this or that. That kind of helps artists to better understand, like, and to better optimize for the game.
Well, we've got a great, very new example of that, haven't we, with the Overdraw previewer, which it's like it's my favorite thing.
Generally speaking, there's never a question I don't know the answer to on a show like this, but I've never heard this term, so I'm going to ask you to explain it, and just don't get me fired.
So basically, like with particles, there's a high transparency cost to them because there's opacity, or there's lack of opacity, and that incurs a cost, which I know is like the transparency cost. But there's also the overdraw aspect of it, and Leah will explain it in a more like concise way. But for me, it's basically we can quickly blow the budget. We can really hit the kind of the frames per second with our transparency costs if we get too carried away with adding particle after particle. So it's how they all stack up over each other. And the overdraw previewer basically it shows a heat map. So it's like a toggle, and it just draws the screen as a heat map. And it's kind of got there's a guide showing you basically if it gets to this color, it's too high. So it's like the overdraw cost is too high, and
you're wasting particles that can't be seen because there's something else in front
exactly.
of it.
So it's great. You just toggle it on and off. You can see, oh wow, great. I can't really see many effects on the screen right now. There's maybe some kind of subtle dust scrolling, but you stick it into the overdraw preview mode and it's fully white. And it's too expensive, and we need to dial that back.
So it's a great way to see things hidden behind other things that don't need to be there because you can't see it from that perspective.
Exactly, and it's like Leo says, the great skill that Leo and his guys have got is that they make our lives easier. They do as many things as they can to make our job easier, to help us to stay within the limits of again the budget.
So is that true? You make his life easier, Leo?
Yeah,
ask him to say.
I'm answering for him.
Well, sometimes, yeah. We try to, but yeah, for the overdraw visualizer, shout out to Alejandro. Like he did as one of the graphics programmers, he did it as like a kind of side project, and he basically gave it to us. We've taken it over and we'll maintain it. But like this is kind of nice collaboration again, like then the graphics guys.
Yeah, well, there's a massive crossover with graphics and VFX programming anyway.
Yeah.
You know, it's like kind of like almost like, don't want to sound too cheesy, but the same family, isn't it? And you're a kind of a niche part of that that department. So yeah, shout out to them. Yeah.
Captain Louis Coronado says, 3 cherry cokes on his desk. How can we get Jared to drink more before we end the show? David, let's remember to check to make sure that I've hidden my caffeine habit before we start the show. This is actually Cherry Pepsi Max. It's the most delicious sugar-free soft drink available in the United Kingdom. They're really good. And they're widely available here because of the really impressive sugar tax this country has. You can't find them in the States because it's overrun by high fructose corn syrup. But here, Cherry Pepsi Max, freely available anywhere, and it's delicious. Sponsor me. Send me a shirt.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, that happens. So let's go back to 2 games. Now you said you got 20, 21 people working on your team. Some folks are working on stuff for Star Citizen, some are working for Squadron 42, some are bouncing back and forth, as the case may be. Talk to me about the process, the differences in process between working on a single player game that is often only seen from limited perspectives like this, and a massively multiplayer game that can be seen from 100+ different perspectives all at once. Talk to me about the differences here.
Do you want me to take that one to start with?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean
Leo's shoulders just fell. You're just like thinking about it. He's like, oh, I just watched Leo like get defeated. He went from Superman to Clark Kent. Just like, oh. So yeah, you take this, Leo. You recover.
Yeah, I mean, from my point of view, the kind of there's a lot of similarities, but they do have very different challenges. Squadron 42. Obviously, I can't give away spoilers, but everyone knows it
has VFX.
It has VFX. It's got lots of them, lots of destruction. But it's more importantly, it's more kind of as a game. It's more traditional in that there's a series of levels that you linearly progress through, and with that, there's a lot more control. So the effects can be controlled much more. And when I say control, I mean we're much clearer on kind of camera positions and things like that, and cinematic sequences, we know that the camera may or may not be fixed at certain points on it. Whereas, and therefore we can again, going back to the overdraw thing, we can kind of look at it specifically at a frame, a point on the location, and we understand that that's what we're working with, and we can kind of start to dial in the effects to suit them specific kind of viewpoints. Whereas having some kind of sequence similar in Star Citizen, which is much more modular and much more free and not at all linear, you've just got to kind of be able to factor lots more things in. And I guess like that's why the tools that you provide to help us kind of have as much information as possible with that are super useful for it. You know, again, talking about budgets, in Star Citizen, we don't really know how many ships are going to be in any one place, and it could be hundreds, could be dozens, it could just be all of them, right? And inside a gas cloud, which is full of all kinds of other things, and it's just, yeah, it's really kind of, the scalability of Star Citizen is a vastly different challenge to the Squadron 42 cinematic experience.
There's one thing you can always, I was talking about this with the jump point guys. I was like, if there's one thing you can absolutely count on, it's that how many people does the server hold? That's how many people are going to try to use the jump point at the same time.
Yeah.
It's like not accidentally, like intentionally. Like there will be, we're all going to log on. We're all going to go to the same place. You know, it's going to be 100 Auroras all trying to get through the jump gate at the same time.
Yeah.
It's going to be an 890 jump with 100 people all shooting off fireworks at the same time to see if the fireworks still go as they go through. It's, you know, are people. They put it through the test. They're all inherent, QA testers at heart in some way, shape, or form. So.
And well, it's just very creative, isn't it? The things that the backers do in the game, we can't always guess that they're going to do them. So there's a lot of creative uses of the stuff that's in our game. Yeah.
So, I want to follow up on one of the things you talked about perspective. Now, obviously, some aspects of Squadron, may have a locked camera. Some obviously will not, and whatnot. It's part of that immersive cinematic experience. Be where you want to be when certain things happen. So like this, but at some point, it's still just a single point of view. You're always still just drawing for the one player. So I imagine that when it comes to VFX, you can take a more like Hollywood approach where you don't have to build the entire building. You only have to build the facade that the camera is going to see. If the camera's never going to push inside the building, you don't have to build a building. It's a backlot. It's like there are parts of this spaceship set that we're on, spoiler alert, that the camera will never show and they don't exist. The spaceship goes to a point and then it stops. It's like, don't tilt the camera up. It's like this. So you can do that with a single player game, but in a multiplayer game, these things have to work from every possible conceivable angle, and that changed the way you author things.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, well, it changes the way you kind of
like everything has to be systemic. Like it's a buzzword, but like for Star Citizen, like everything we do needs to be like possible on all scales. On like you can look like if it's big enough, you can look from it from like very far out, but then you also go inside and like you're like inside a gas cloud or whatever, and then like the whole scale, like the travel from outside to inside, even like everything has to work, and it has to work from all angles, and it gives a nice kind of like an interesting problem to solve for us. So we try to make as much as possible systemic, but then the Squadron guys come in and they ask like, how do we control this? That's then like the other side of your question is like, just we need to provide some control over this systemic kind of nature of the game.
So we're almost out of time, but Mike, today in the UK is Employee Appreciation Day, and I'm not insensitive to the fact that the last time I had you on, I don't know why I did it. Are you going to pull out?
I'm ready. I'm going.
So the last time I had you on, I unfortunately asked you to basically name every single person on your team, and you did really well, but with 20 people, you missed one or two, and I caused some strife. That was entirely on me. So I'm pleased to see that you have a list.
I'm just going to name drop everyone in there.
So let's do this for some Employee Appreciation Day. Why don't you call out some of the folks on your team and maybe share with us a little bit about what they're currently working on.
Yeah, well, I'll start with our producers. We've got.
Where's your camera? Look at this camera. Nope, this one. That's your camera right there. You're pointing it right there.
Okay.
So Employee Appreciation.
So start with our producers, who without our producers we couldn't get anything done. So Mark White, Callum Whiteley, this is for you guys. Thank you very much for producing us. This feels ridiculous, by the way. And then we got senior VFX concept artist. And by the way, I know everyone.
It's just hard to remember them all on live TV.
Live TV, it's precious. So we got Rob Lujan, who's our senior VFX concept artist. So Rob, you're awesome. So keep being awesome.
What's he working on though?
Oh, sorry, what's he working on? So Rob's actually at the moment he's working on some. Am I allowed to say what he's working on?
Well, say it and then I'll tell you.
Okay, he's currently working on some quantum travel improvements. So he's working on concepts for different types of quantum travel.
No, you can't share that yet.
Okay, so that's that. And Rob's also doing loads of weapon stuff as well. So he's doing great work. We got the senior VFX artist. So we got Rory. I'm just going to go with first names, by the way. We've got Rory, we've got Karthik, we've got Ali, we've got Guillaume. These are all our kind of senior group. Rory, Karthik and Guillaume are all working on Squadron 42. You're doing a fantastic job on that, you are. Ali's working on Star Citizen because we've basically got like half the artists on Star Citizen, half the artists on Squadron. I can't really go into much about what they're doing because it's all spoilers, but they're doing lots of locations, lots of destruction sequences, etc., etc. And then we've got VFX Artist 3, Riot and Diego. Riot's working on Star Citizen, doing some Lawville skyline improvements at the moment. And we've got Diego, who is Mr. Houdini, so Diego doing loads of amazing stuff with destruction for Squadron 42. Again, can't go into too much details. Then we've got VFX Artist 2, we've got Joyce. Joyce is actually on maternity leave. Joyce works on Star Citizen and does everything, ships, locations, feature work, weapons, all sorts of stuff. And then we've got VFX Artist 1 level, we've got Will Wallace, who's just come back from a career break, traveling the world, and Will is on Star Citizen, doing great work at the moment with the Mist Hull C. And then we've got Enrico, Nicolas, and they're both on Squadron 42, so I can't really go into too much detail about what they're doing, but there's lots of cool location stuff. And then we've got Ricardo, who has just joined us this week and is working on Star Citizen, so he's just onboarding. So we kind of do like an onboarding process that lasts a couple of weeks. It culminates with doing like a weapon effect. So welcome to the team, Ricardo. It's great to have you. And we've actually got 4 interns all the way from Sweden. We've got David, Kevin, Axel, and Nazir, and they're 2 of them. Kevin and Axel are working on Squadron 42, and David and Nazir are working on Star Citizen. Nazir's doing like GPU conversions. David's working on MISC Fury. And then we got Jake, who is embedded QA. Jake just kind of keeps us all right. Anything that's not working, he highlights it. He helps us debug problems. So Jake, you're doing great. And then I'm going to hand over to you for the programmers, Leo.
All right.
Do you want my cheat sheet?
I don't have that many people, so it's fine. Should be able to remember them.
I'll
prompt
you.
Okay. So we have Kieran and Francesco, VFX programmers, and Alexander Meyer, also one of the interns from Sweden. So Kieran has been working on the quantum travel effects. Then Francesco has been working on fire hazard visuals. And then Alexander has been working on particle tools. So he's like more a tools programmer, so external ref, it's called, like the project. But it's something to organize our particle libraries a little bit better. But yeah, I appreciate you guys as well.
Anybody else?
Just double checking. Even with the list, I'm self-conscious that I might have missed someone. So.
Yeah, you did good. All right, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time to hang out with us. We're gonna take a short break. We're gonna play a video. I just realized we didn't queue up a different one, so I think it's probably Yell again from last week. David, let's put that on the list because I didn't switch it out. So enjoy a repeat of Yell, and when we come back, we'll have a dear friend of mine that I don't think we've ever had on camera before. So stay tuned. See you in a few minutes.
Yalla nana, lost all my cargo back on Yalla nana, all my AUEC on Yalla nana. It stored my ship for me on Yalla, can't get it back from Yalla. Oh Yalla nana, go get some cargo, they said to me. Sell it and double your AUEC. Oh, went out there thinking it would be easy. Made my way over to Arcorp Mining, and I was like, ooh, I filled up all my cargo with what I could buy of barrel. And I was like, ooh, I made it out past Atmo, and the server crashed. Oh no, 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 no. Yalla nana, lost all my cargo back on Yalla nana. All my AUEC on Yalla nana. It stored my ship for me on Yalla, can't get it back from Yalla. Oh Yalla nana, oh Yalla nana, oh Yalla nana, oh your love, nah.
Nice
Can't
song.
get it back from your love.
The thing you want to hear before a guest starts. I don't really have any great stories. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Star Citizen Live. That was Yella Yell Redux, repeat from last week's interstitial because I forgot to swap out the video. That's entirely on me. Before we get to our next guest, we've started this thing where we start to talk a little bit about many of the decorative items we have here on the Only Constant. This week, I want to point out these two lovely helmets here. This is a variant of the Star Kitten Dragonfly helmet, and this is the the famous and much beloved Abe's Tavarin helmet. These helmets were actually created, 3D printed, and painted by a Star Citizen named Mighty Heidi, and sent to us for a display here on the ship. So if you haven't seen her work, you can view it on Twitter. As you can see, it's very high quality, and we're really proud to have it here. We are slowly building out a wall of helmets, which we haven't shown yet because it's got holes and gaps in it, but we're slowly starting to fill them in and stuff. So just a shout out to Star Citizen, Mighty Heidi, who makes these wonderful, wonderful helmets. With that, John,
Jared,
how are you doing?
I'm good. I feel like I'm having an interview on a museum stage. There's all this great stuff around.
Well, that was what we were going for, an old, stodgy museum. That's very much what people think when they see me.
I didn't say stodgy.
No, I added stodgy. Because that's just, I think museums are... I have a personal aversion to museums that I don't really... Let's not go there. John Schimmel.
Jared Huckabee.
How are you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
We have never... We've gone back. It was probably 2015 when we first met.
Yeah, I think that's right.
At one point, you were one of my bosses. At various points in my career. We'll get to all that. For folks who haven't watched the show, our first half is where we talk about development and stuff like that. The second half is where I just have somebody I really like on the show, and we get to know them and get to know more about them. So that's what we're doing here. John Schimmel, for folks who have never heard of you, which should be everybody in this case, well, let's watch in the Star Citizen community, tell them who you are and what you do for Cloud Imperium Games.
I am John Schimmel. I currently have the title of executive producer. I'm almost certain that that's because they don't know what else to call me. I have cycled through the company in a kind of I think of it as almost a utility player role. I started out running the narrative group and worked with Dave Haddock and then also Will Weisbaum on the story for Squadron 42 and the early scripts. And then I got sort of asked to produce the motion capture shoot that we had in 2015 and 2016 at the Imaginarium at Andy Serkis' studio, the Imaginarium in Ealing, London, which was, I think, 90 days of shooting. We can talk about that in a moment. That was bedlam. And then we finished that, and I ran global video production for a while, which I guess is when I was your boss. Mm-hmm. And that was spectacular. I got to travel all the different, you're doing this now sort of, I got to travel all the different studios and interview the geniuses that are making the game and really learning what is involved in making this thing as spectacular as it is. And now I have a kind of multiplicity of roles. I'm producing the performance and motion capture shoots with the rest of the team, and with Dave Haddock and Ross Richards and Emma Dobson and those people. I was supervising the build-out of Stage 6, which is our new and spectacular motion capture studio, and of this place. I now have been conscripted into putting signs up on the stage. Yeah, because I know a lot about that. Yeah.
I think one of the reasons well, as we talk more, it'll become apparent why why John and I connected very easily. It's our paths are remarkably similar, both in our times before being here and then here. I've often joked that your title is where you start in this place. I've had 6 or 7 titles.
Right.
When it's this place. This place is really good about recognizing where you can make your contribution and saying, "Well, go make your contribution there." It's like, "Well, thought I was going to do this." He goes, "Yeah, but we can find somebody else to do that. You can do this," and you're moving along and finding where you can make your greatest contributions to the project.
For those of us who get bored easily, it's fantastic, right?
Yeah. So we'll get into that. Let's go back to before Star Citizen. So I took a very winding path to get here. My phone is making a noise it's never made before.
You're supposed to. Well,
no, it is muted. It was like an Amber Alert or something, but here in the UK, I don't know what that is. Apparently, it gets through a Do Not Disturb.
It means the sun's shining in Manchester.
So, where was I now? Oh, so the path. I worked. I had 37, professions before I got here,
Right.
and all kinds of manner of stuff. Your path is, in my opinion, it's a little more interesting than mine is. Talk to me about the journey of John Schimmel from when you left the nest to how you ended up in video games.
Circuitous?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I started my professional life as a bass player in New York City. I was actually splitting my time early on between playing bass for Strange Experimental Theater and going to math graduate school at the Koran Institute at NYU. And for reasons that certainly my parents didn't understand, I chose to drop the math program and spend my days doing Conference of the Birds with Peter Brook at the International Center for Theater Research, which was housed at the Brooklyn Academy of Music at the time. Anyway, I cycled through that and spent about 15 years in New York, I guess, playing everything from CBGB to big band music to there were 3 Broadway shows in there. I played for and sort of musical directed a show called Runaways, which was we concocted out of workshops. Liz Suedos was the brains behind that, and we had a cast that included seasoned actors and runaways that we found in various shelters, and so it was that. And then I was the musical director of the Jewish orchestra in the Cherry Orchard, which we did at the Vivian Beaumont Theater at Lincoln Center, with Meryl Streep and Raul Julia and Irene Worth was extraordinary. Andre Serban directed that, and it was amazing. The greatest moment in my theater life was the night we were doing that, and the New York blackout happened, and so there was no lights by intermission, and there were candles that were part of the set, and so the stagehands filled coffee cans with candles and stood around the stage with torches, and the ushers knelt in the front with flashlights, and we did the second half of Cherry Orchard to flashlight and candlelight. Anyway, and then 6 of us wrote a show called Pump Boys and Dinettes, which was basically a bar band and 2 women that had a sisters act that got together, and we put together this show that ran on Broadway for a couple of years and got Tony nomination, and was stupid fun.
You got to play the Tony. You got to play the Tony Awards that year. Didn't
I got to play the Tony Awards. I stood in line for makeup behind Robert Preston. I thought I was going to die. Anyway,
Robert Preston, for you sci-fi nerds, played Centauri in The Last Starfighter. I would say the Music Man, but you're a bunch of sci-fi people, so I put it in your terms. But continue. Sorry.
Yeah. Probably 76 trombones. It's not at the forefront of everybody's consciousness.
Just you and me.
Yeah. Somewhere between what happened before Pump Boys and Dinettes is that I had sort of had enough of New York and sent a friend of mine who was a screenwriter an idea for a film, I said, you know, does this sound like a good idea? And he said, yeah, it does. Why don't you come to LA and write it with me? So I did. Before I closed up shop in New York, and I went to LA, and we wrote the script, and we sold it to Fox, and we did a rewrite for Fox, and then we turned the rewrite in, and our producer, who we met with, said, it's the best rewrite I've ever seen. I'm going downstairs to find directors. That was at 10 o'clock in the morning. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they abandoned the project, which is Hollywood in a nutshell. And amazing. And I got drunker than anybody is allowed to survive, and flew back to New York. I actually hiccuped all the way to New York, and then all the way to Connecticut on the train, and then spent about a week recovering. And then went to New York and called some friends and said, I'm back. And that's how I ended up in Pump Boys. They were, you know, putting that show together. Anyway, when Pump Boys was done, I was sort of done with New York. We had had, you know, our 15 minutes of celebrity and all of that. And coincidentally, the woman that I was soon to marry was hired by Disney to be a producer on The Little Mermaid. So Disney, we got an embossed folder that said "Moving with Mickey," which one was terrifying. And we were moved to LA and started our LA lives. And she was at Disney for a while, and I sort of put myself in a race against myself, whether writing or trying to be a development executive would come first. And I worked as a script reader for a while, and then I was hired by Warner Brothers to be a script reader. And then I ran the story department at Warner Brothers for a while, and then they started kicking me upstairs. And then they asked me to run the animation division, and I said, no, thank you. And you don't say no, thank you. So I left and sort of meandered through Hollywood for a while. But found myself eventually working for Michael Douglas and Steve Ruther at Douglas Ruther, which was on the Paramount lot. We produced Face Off, among other things, Rainmaker, sorry. And then that company, as do many independent production companies, lost its financing, and I worked for Michael for a while. And then I went to work with Steve because on Warner Brothers lot, because he had $50 million to spend, and I thought that sounded nifty. And then that company went belly up, and I started to work with Chris.
So
that was circuitous.
No.
More words than you needed.
It's great. We obviously won't go through my path, but it has a remarkable number of similarities there. When I was trying to be an actor, I won't go into everything, but we were telling the story earlier before the prep. I got hired. I was doing industrials. Like my entire acting career was industrials.
Right.
You know, those videos that they make you watch when you hire in. Like, here's an instruction video to tell you how to not run somebody over by a forklift. I have been crushed by so many forklifts, and I have run over so many people with forklifts.
And yet here you are.
Yeah, and that's what I did. And we did. There was one series, you know, that was specific where, you know, it was at the end. It was always like, well, what did we learn in this video? Which is, by the way, where the phrase comes from. It goes all the way back to my history in the industrials. But I eventually hired into Disney, and your story reminded me of that. And I'm at my orientation at Disney, and it's 200 people in this enormous ballroom. We're all sitting around tables, and we're all in different groups. I'm in green table or whatever. It wasn't a little it wasn't a Little Mermaid table, but it was like a Hercules table movie shortly after that. And they start playing a sexual harassment video, and it's me. And it's me in the video.
Oh my God.
Basically being a jerk and whatever, and just everybody at my table starts to look at me, and that's where I knew my acting career was over. I'm like, yeah, I don't
really
know.
Funny.
I transitioned out of performing at that point. The minute I was stuck in a room with 200 people and had to watch one of my performances, I was like, no,
very funny.
I'm just going to be me from now on.
Yeah. Also, sexual harassment in a room, sort of with Goofy and Minnie, it's just too bizarre.
It was pretty. I did get some advantage when afterwards they're doing the questionnaires. Who can tell us what the person on the screen did wrong? And I'd be like, not you.
Yeah.
So you've met Chris. How did you hook up with Chris?
I was I was between jobs, and Hollywood was sort of in a strange time, so you took what you could get. And I was about to go to work with somebody who is written up in more than one book about Hollywood as the worst person in the world to work for. And I had met a guy named Hawk Koch. He was the line producer on on the Schwarzenegger movie Collateral Damage that I helped produce. And Hawk called me up and said, "You can't do that." And he had just become a partner in Ascendant Pictures, which was Chris's film company, right? Which he was the venture that he did between the Wing Commander stuff and so I met Chris and his partners at the time, and he brought me on as president of production at that company. It was a really interesting company. We were somehow the American agents for a German tax fund, and for anybody that knows about filmmaking, we had 20% first money in, last money out to contribute to movies, which made us incredibly valuable. And we did Lord of War, and we did Outlander, and Lucky Number 11, and a bunch of interesting films. And then that company went the way of production companies, right? It's really hard to, the distribution deals make it really hard to survive.
And now you're in video games.
And then after that went away, Chris and I had lunch, once a month for a while he was putting this together. Chris and me and his giant dog Paddington, who we would walk to lunch and then feed bread, his favorite bread from the restaurant we always ate at. Anyway, at some point Chris asked me if he said he had put this together and asked me if I wanted to come run narrative. And I said, yeah, sure. That was 10 years ago.
That was 10 years ago. Yeah, you're one of the OGs.
I'm one of the OGs.
With a few people that predate even me at this point. So your time here, we won't filter through every single position you have. I do want to talk to you a little bit about that squadron shoot back in Ealing. Now, let's avoid names and stuff like this because we don't want to accidentally mention something that hasn't been mentioned yet. But so tell me a story. Tell me what that shoot was like.
That shoot was like nothing I think anybody has ever encountered. The first role I had on that shoot was that from Los Angeles, I decorated a house in Ealing for Chris and Dave Haddock and myself and Hannes Apple to live in. So we had this sort of communal house. We had turned the living room into the face scan place, and I turned the garage into a clubhouse with a giant television in it. And we were about a block from the studio, so that was pretty wonderful. The conceit of that shoot was it was 2015 and we were going to release the game in 2017. So we were in sort of a hurry. So we started that shoot it was a 90-day shoot. We had, I think, 3 days of pre-production meetings, maybe. And we had, I think, 7 out of what eventually became 21 or 23 scripts written. And so Hannes and Dave and Phil Meller and I basically built a schedule together based on an outline. We would go, well, this is what's going to happen in this scene. Well, that'll probably take 3 days, right? and insane. And then started making these giant cast deals, right? Because we had that spectacular cast, but we were sort of guessing about how much time we were going to need for it. So there was a little, wasn't exactly relaxing, that process. I started there with just me and a production manager, and then Chris brought on this amazing line producer, Philippa Naughton. I'm going to say her name because she's amazing and she deserves employee appreciation. And the three of us ran the production office, and it was on fire most days. And the goal was to not allow that fire to touch the set, so that Chris could, have as relaxed a
metaphorical fire.
A metaphorical fire. But we were juggling actors and trying to make deals and script pages. I don't know why Haddock or Weissbaum are alive. They were Dave especially was on set all day because he was valuable to Chris as a creative partner on set, and then he'd go home and write scripts, and then he'd show up in the morning with the pages they were going to shoot that day. It was nuts. But it was really fun. The Imaginarium crew with
We just got spammed with updates. What the hell was all that? Holy crap. Sir just like responded to 100 things at once. It's all just knowledge-based stuff. Oh my goodness.
through unforgiving lands. Across the impossible expanse. A mirage calls. A distant oasis. We chase what most consider myth. Pursue an obsession. That's what pushes us to greatness. The oasis. It's real. The 400i by Origin Jumpworks.
They say that some things just don't go out of style. That the true classics never die. Touring, exploration, combat, and now introducing long-haul freight. The all-new Roberts Space Industries Constellation Taurus. Still does it all.
At Crusader Industries, we believe that our values are more than a standard of behavior. They're our legacy and our inspiration. We don't defend them through sheer size or firepower alone. We ally ourselves with those who share our core beliefs. We make sure the real heroes make it to where they're needed most. At Crusader Industries, we know that lifting up others benefits us all.
from those miscreants. More like kidnapped. Do you want me to give you back?
Not particularly.
Whoa, not a good idea! Where's your co-pilot anyway? Mal? Mal? Really not a good idea? I think we lost him.
I think something's on fire back there. We had some wild times on this ship, huh? Remember when Sorrelease tried to steal it?
Which time? He always had a weird fixation on the duck.
Think he still does?
No, I heard he's dead.
So are we if you don't get back up here? Those miscreants caught up.
Hi-yi-yi. Just get in the damn turret.
Come on, you bushwhacking Ranus, let's go!
Gonna shoot him or talk to him? You gonna get me in a position? You see that?
Do I still got it? Or do I still got it?
Sulo Pindo.
T-A-E-A.
Your Banu is terrible. And I told you, they're programmed to recognize my voice.
How much are the deacons paying for me anyway?
You aren't gonna talk your way out of this one, laddie.
I can get you money, you know? Hey, think about it. Pop these cuffs, you and me get back on the duck, and we'll go rob the damn Central Core Bank. Come on, Dugan, it'll be just like old times. Be like we never left Lago. Or not.
My dog! So happy to see you back safe and sound. She's displeased. I can tell. See, normally, when you abandon your crew to be taken by the police, you're not expecting to see them again.
Maybe I could facilitate this reunion. Now, about those advocates.
Ah, yes. The authorization codes. These were not easy to come by. But well worth the trouble.
Codes? You treated me for damn access codes?
You're more than welcome to stick around. See how this all plays out. I can assure you, this will be long and painful. Should be fun.
I really should be,
What's the matter, Dugan? Got another old cohort to sell out? Gonna hit up a Banu slave market or two?
You know what, Zen? Just because we did a few jobs together way back, doesn't mean I owe you anything. The Banu have a word for backstabbers like you. Hi-yi-yi!
Get them! Get off them!
What was that about? You couldn't clue me into your little plan? This way! Not this way!
Over there! Cyclone!
port side.
Isn't that your job?
Uh-oh, they brought out the big boy.
Yeah, I see it.
Almost there.
How about you get these flies off our back?
How about you keep this thing on 4 wheels? I can't ride it!
Never mind, I got it. Or not. Hit the hatch, I'll get us off the ground.
Let's go! Better get us real high real fast before that ballista does it for us! Incoming! You got it handled? 50-50?
Damn it, Maddie. Hold on.
You good? I thought we were toast back there. That was something else, Dugan. I mean, I almost backed all over the turret, but those were some moves. Dugan?
Got it, Mass. There's no way the Deacon's caught up that fast.
Alex. Been a long time.
Sorry, Liege. I heard you were dead.
Never better. Got a message this morning from an old acquaintance. You will never guess who.
I have a couple of ideas.
Look, Dugan, I didn't know you were gonna spring me from the Deacons.
Yeah, well, to be honest, neither did I. Get in the turret. Give it a 10 count and then unleash hell. Hang in there, Mass, just a little while longer.
Maybe you're into touring the galaxy's more out-of-the-way destinations. Or you're known for your speed and tenacity. You always deliver. Perhaps you're a peacemaker, taming a wild galaxy. Whatever calls to you, choose your lifestyle. With the 100 series from Origin.
After eating the bear's breakfast, Goldilocks explored their house. She saw 3 chairs and wanted badly to rest her feet. But the first chair she tried was much too small. So she tried the second chair. And it was much too big. But when she tried the third chair, she found that it was just right.
In a dangerous galaxy, who can you trust to watch your back? Drake's Cutlass Blue lets you take the law into your own hands. With all the attitude you expect from a Cutlass. Formidable suppression options offering a range of lethality, supercharged thrusters, plus an integrated quantum dampener and onboard containment system. The Cutlass Blue. Bad news for the bad guys. Only from Drake.
With courage. For honor. In strength.
To glory.
My father always used to say I had wanderer's legs. We all wonder, what's out there? But for me, it was more than that. A stranger in my own world. I set out to find my path. Through all my travels, through all the trials of the unknown, I came to realize that there was really only one thing I'd been looking for. A place to call home.
Out here, you've got your crew and your ship. And the only thing that matters is getting the job done. This is your workshop, your playground, your command center. This is your multi-operator laser extractor. Argo Astronautics, building your future.
In conjunction with Bering, we are currently crafting the most devastating Size 7 mountable ship cannon ever devised. The SF-7, being prototyped in both ballistic and laser configurations, is specifically designed to incapacitate capital-class vessels. Of course, with a weapon so refined, the task at hand is to try and design an equally sophisticated ship to wield it. Even with this prototype, Crusader is up to the task.
The mantis is one of nature's most adept predators. Its patience immeasurable. Its focus indomitable. It waits silently for its prey. The adroit hunter positions itself for attack, identifying its unsuspecting target when it's most vulnerable. And then, steeled to the task at hand, the mantis strikes. Its prey never stood a chance.
You sure this is the right place?
Moss has never steered us wrong before.
All right, good enough for me.
Area 18. 2949. Things were changing. You could feel it. And it was Gatsby, the center of it all.
How'd you get on Gatsby's list?
Gatsby's it. The name on everybody's lips.
Hey, here's to us.
No! Here's to Gatsby!
You never knew where Gatsby might head off to next, but that was half the fun. No one dared sleep for fear of missing something incredible. In Gatsby's world, nothing was off limits. Unless you were trying to crash the party. No matter where Gatsby may be off to next, whatever mysterious port of call she's heading to, the next time I see her won't be soon enough.
Not accurate. No one's gonna see an eclipse coming.
Your targets will never know what hit them. The ballista from Anvil. Rise above.
We understand the allure of the light. We hear the call of the dark. Our legacy is one of precision in design, of balance and inescapable duality. The push and pull of seemingly opposing forces working in concert to create a consonant equilibrium. The Archimedes and the Merlin. Duality of design. Kruger, precision, perfected.
So you guys want to see some interesting shit? These are posts that have been deleted by CIG. But I love when you see why are they deleting? Like, you guys are late. Why are we not? Why are we deleting posts like this? Why are they deleting racial questions? The guy's talking about he paid $2,357 and he's done. He gave CIG $2,300 and his post is saying I'm done supporting him, and they delete the post. I get it, they're a company and they need to make themselves look good, but we can see what you're doing. Why are they deleting? Why are they deleting a post asking if the farms will work? I just think it's interesting. Yeah, possibly. I mean, you know, that's a complex problem because it is their forum and they should moderate, but you know, when you promise us every year something's going to come out and years and years and years later what you've promised us is not showing up, you start to lose the trust of your customers. And it's cool that we have these tools to see what they're doing. I think they should be held accountable. We should be able to audit them.
The 400i by Origin Jumpworks.
They say that some things just don't go out of style. That the true classics never die. Touring, exploration, combat, and now introducing long-haul freight. The all-new Roberts Space Industries Constellation Taurus still does it all.
At Crusader Industries, we believe that our values are more than a standard of behavior. They're our legacy and our inspiration. We don't defend them through sheer size or firepower alone. We ally ourselves with those who share our core beliefs. We make sure the real heroes make it to where they're needed most. At Crusader Industries, we know that lifting up others benefits us all.
want me to give you back?
Not particularly. Whoa, not a good idea! Where's your co-pilot anyway? Mal? Really not a good idea!
I think we lost him.
I think something's on fire back there.
Hush.
We had some wild times on this ship, huh? Remember when Surly's tried to steal it?
Which time? He always had a weird fixation on the duck.
Think he still does?
No, I heard he's dead.
So are we if you don't get back up here? Those miscreants caught up.
Hi-yi-yi. Just get in the damn turret.
Come on, you bushwhacking ranus, let's go!
Gonna shoot him or talk to him? You gonna get me in a position? You see that?
Do I still got it? Or do I still got it?
Sulo Kindo.
T-A-E-A.
Your Banu is terrible. And I told you, they're programmed to recognize my voice.
T-A-E-A. How much are the deacons paying for me anyway?
You aren't gonna talk your way out of this one, laddie.
I can get you money, you know? Hey, think about it. Pop these cuffs, you and me get back on the duck, and we'll go rob the damn central core bank. Come on, Dugan, it'll be just like old times. Be like we never left Lago. Or not.
My dog! So happy to see you back safe and sound. She's displeased. I can tell. See, normally, when you abandon your crew to be taken by the police, you're not expecting to see them again.
Happy I could facilitate this reunion. Now, about those advocates.
Ah, yes. The authorization codes. These were not easy to come by. But well worth the trouble.
Codes? You traded me for damn access codes?
You're more than welcome to stick around. See how this all plays out. I can assure you, this will be long and painful. Should be fun.
I really should be,
What's the matter, Dugan? Got another old cohort to sell out? Gonna hit up a Banu slave market or two?
You know what, Zen? Just because we did a few jobs together way back, doesn't mean I owe you anything. The Banu have a word for backstabbers like you. Hi-yi-yi!
Get them! Get off of them!
What was that about? You couldn't clue me into your little plan? This way! Not this way!
Over there! Cyclone!
Let's go!
Better get us real high real fast before that ballista does it for us! Incoming!
You got it handled? 50-50?
Time it, Maddie. Hold on.
See you again?
I thought we were toast back there. That was something else, Dugan. I mean, I almost backed all over the turret, but those were some moves. Dugan?
Got it, Mass. There's no way the Deacon's caught up that fast.
Alex. Been a long time.
Sorry, Liege. I heard you were dead.
Never better. Got a message this morning from an old acquaintance. You will never guess who.
I have a couple of ideas.
Look, Dugan, I didn't know you were gonna spring me from the Deacons.
Yeah, well, to be honest, neither did I. Get in the turret. Give it a 10 count and then unleash hell. Hang in there, Mass, just a little while longer.
Maybe you're into touring the galaxy's more out-of-the-way destinations. Or you're known for your speed and tenacity. You always deliver. Perhaps you're a peacemaker, taming a wild galaxy. Whatever calls to you. Choose your lifestyle. With the 100 series from Origin.
After eating the bear's breakfast, Goldilocks explored their house. She saw 3 chairs and wanted badly to rest her feet. But the first chair she tried was much too small. So she tried the second chair, and it was much too big. But when she tried the third chair, she found that it was just Right.
In a dangerous galaxy, who can you trust to watch your back? Drake's Cutlass Blue lets you take the law into your own hands. With all the attitude you expect from a Cutlass. Formidable suppression options offering a range of lethality, supercharged thrusters, plus an integrated quantum dampener and onboard containment system. The Cutlass Blue. Bad news for the bad guys. Only from Drake.
With courage. For honor. In strength. To glory.
My father always used to say I had wanderer's legs. We all wonder, what's out there? But for me, it was more than that. A stranger in my own world, I set out to find my path. Through all my travels, through all the trials of the unknown, I came to realize that there was really only one thing I'd been looking for. A place to call home.
Out here, you've got your crew and your ship. And the only thing that matters is getting the job done. This is your workshop, your playground, your command center. This is your multi-operator laser extractor. Argo Astronautics, building your future.
In conjunction with Bering, we are currently crafting the most devastating Size 7 mountable ship cannon ever devised. The SF-7, being prototyped in both ballistic and laser configurations, is specifically designed to incapacitate capital-class vessels. Of course, with a weapon so refined, the task at hand is to try and design an equally sophisticated ship to wield it. Even with this prototype, Crusader is up to the task.
The mantis is one of nature's most adept predators. Its patience immeasurable. Its focus indomitable. It waits silently for its prey. The adroit hunter positions itself for attack, identifying its unsuspecting target when it's most vulnerable. And then, steeled to the task at hand, the mantis strikes. Its prey never stood a chance.
You sure this is the right place?
Moss has never steered us wrong before.
All right, good enough for me.
Area 18. 2949. Things were changing. You could feel it. And it was Gatsby, the center of it all.
How do you get on Gatsby's list?
Gatsby's it. The name on everybody's lips.
Hey, here's to us. No, here's to Gatsby!
You never knew where Gatsby might head off to next, but that was half the fun. No one dared sleep for fear of missing something incredible. In Gatsby's world, nothing was off limits. Unless you were trying to crash the party. No matter where Gatsby may be off to next, whatever mysterious port of call she's heading to. The next time I see her, won't be soon enough.
Your targets will never know what hit them. The ballista from Anvil. Rise above.
We understand the allure of the light. We hear the call of the dark. Our legacy is one of precision in design, of balance and inescapable duality. The push and pull of seemingly opposing forces working in concert to create a consonant equilibrium. The Archimedes und the Merlin. Duality of design. Kruger, precision perfected.
Come fly away, I'll take you on the starlight. Head over heels, you and I will fall again and then through the magic of moonlight. Hand in hand, we'll forget about the world and cry. Just you holding me tight. So I
adaptability, defined as being able to adjust oneself readily to different conditions. An invaluable asset in a constantly changing universe. From the Korei to the Sen, the Mako, and the Tana, each model in Misk's Reliant family features advanced Shian designs. And the Reliant can acclimate to a multitude of purposes
I'm with you on
and
that too,
situations.
Ace. I am with you on that too.
Contention.
At the end of the day, I'm going to complain because I have an audience with you and we can all talk about it. But,
The universe we live in is always changing. Shouldn't you be? Misk Reliant.
damn, CIG's blowing up Discord again.
A symphony in motion.
Holy crap, they're blowing up Discord today. Look at all the updates. Holy crap, did they just hire this guy? Like, what's going on? Uh-oh, updated concierge. Levels and rewards. This is my next level. Oh. Distribution has started. Let's see if we got ours. Yep. Got 130. Oh, we got it! We got it! Yes! Flare! We've got our flare! Our current wait, anyone have any? I heard people asking because they want to try before they buy. Our current goal is to release Alpha 3.18 to the live servers targeting this Thursday, as mentioned, and this is today at 1 p.m. So we're still confirming that they're targeting tomorrow. We do not want to set expectations that there may be some outstanding issues that can cause servers to deteriorate over time. However, the team will continue to focus on these and additional hotfixes released as soon as possible. Once we get through implementing any needed fixes, we will look to launch a free fly event, possibly later in March. Interesting that they're finally going to not do the free fly right when the servers are the shittiest they've ever been. They historically have done the free fly when the servers have been the shittiest they've ever been. So it's interesting to see them not do the free fly when the servers are shitty. I would expect that this has something to do with this. And I think that where I shouldn't have accepted cookies. Can we look by year? Wow. So we're seeing, look at this. Look at the decline. This was a good year, though. $113 million. Holy shit. That's people spending their COVID money. This is all COVID money.
Channeled to create the ultimate in luxury and performance. And at the heart of any orchestration lies the tonal center of the experience, cultivating harmony, resolution, comfort. When traveling the stars, the journey is just as important as the destination. The 600i Touring Edition from Origin.
It's nice to know there's one series of ships you can rely on. Like if the job calls for a little more cargo room, you can rest easy with double the maximum rear payload. Maybe you need to go that extra mile. 4 dedicated fuel tanks will get you there, and then some. And when you're expecting trouble on the horizon, well, even the most brazen outlaw's gonna think twice staring down 2 tailor-made missile launchers. Whatever life throws at you, we've got you covered. MISC Freelancer, built for life.
There's a new hunter stalking the skies. Take warning. Maximum pilot visibility. Daunting suppression options. Riskless onboard detainment. All at your fingertips. The predators have become the prey. The 2949 Hawk from Anvil. Rise above. There are some designs that transcend time. We look to the past for inspiration to craft the light fighter of the future. Unmatched design, best-in-class maneuverability. Leave your enemies bewildered. After all, how can you kill what you can't catch? The 2949 Arrow from Anvil. Rise above. Available now. See your authorized Anvil dealer for details.
Release the Kraken.
This Kraken's ass.
Release the Kraken. I'll make this easy for you. Leave now, or we'll kill you.
Space Dad's ultimate ship.
The time has come for something new. Something to change the game. When seeking fortunes at the fringes of civilization, you need someone you can trust. In this age of uncertainty, it's time to take back your strength. It's time to release the Kraken. Drake Interplanetary. We got your back.
It all started with a dream. A need to challenge the conventions of our time. To look at the well-worn path ahead and decide to take another route. What is life if not the culmination of all decisions we've made and the roads we've traveled? We decide to seek out the unknown. Or take a stand against the unjust in the universe.
Yeah, you're not killing anything in the Mustang.
We are all chasing who we are, who we want to be. Which begs the question, why choose it all? Introducing the all-new Alpha, Beta, Delta, Gamma. 2948 Mustang. A dream redefined for the modern era.
Ask any soldier. They'll tell you that battles aren't won or lost based on weapons or numbers or even hardware. They're won on choices. For over a century, our ships have distinguished themselves in thousands of civilian and military combat operations. We are proud to announce another weapon in the arsenal of victory. Get ready for the next generation of warfare with Anvil's Valkyrie dropship. This multi-role weapon platform is designed to get personnel in and out of the hottest combat zones. Featuring 4 powerful rotating thrusters with VTOL capabilities, the Valkyrie is capable of landing with surgical precision to deploy assets. Fitted with a vehicle bay and ramp, you can also efficiently launch ground-based troop transports or reconnaissance vehicles in the field. Each high-performance operator seat features rugged construction with added support to minimize G-force for up to 20 personnel, making sure that your fighting force arrives on site ready to jump into the fray. And don't think for a second that the Valkyrie can't hold its own in a fight. 2 remote turrets featuring size 3 hardpoints can provide suppressing fire during deployment. 2 additional manned turrets provide even more devastating fire to blur the line between dropship and gunship. In the days of antiquity, the Valkyrie were believed to choose which warriors may die in battle and which may live. With Anvil's Valkyrie, we put that choice in your hands.
Probably one of the best values in the game. What is that, like $1.4 million? It's cheap. That thing is cheap and good. Let's go see what our new shiny helmets look like. Oh shoot, I gotta close and open the launcher, don't I? If I can get the damn game to load. Bunch of new stuff coming. Ding, ding. Ding, ding. Error kicked by admin. Oh. An hour after doing a reset. Yeah, right. Oh my god, you hear my notifications? The dude sending me 1,000 pictures. Do-do-do. Hey, we're at Grimhex. I wonder why. Let's see. Oh, it's not going to be here. It's going to be at my home port, isn't it? Damn. I guess what I could do, pending whether I have crime stat or not. I have no criminal record, so I can just clear my crime stat and then enjoy the fruits of my new helmet. Holy crap, this guy's sending me a million pictures. Alright, let's check it out. Oops. All right. It's the reborn one. Like, got different colors on it or something, and that's it. Talking about lazy. Yeah, it's like one's green. The one's red.
Hi. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
Green. Red. Another red. They're exactly the same. Where's my other Vandal helmet? They stole my helmet. Oh, there it is. Snarling Vandal. It's so different. Yes, there we are. Vandal wearing dead soldier armor. And of course, chilling out in a human med facility. Oh, I like this cursor so much better than the stupid finger.
Just needs your help. We're recruiting medical professionals for a variety of positions. If you're interested in a career with the Empire Health Services, contact us on Spectrum.
Thanks for coming in.
Alright guys, I'm going to go F off for a little bit. We're going to be doing a little bit of griefing tonight. If you want to join us on our Discord, it is the last day of griefing. The last night of griefing before the big patch drop when we all have to work because we don't have money. Geez, I only have 7.6 million, but I have every ship in the game, so I don't need any money. Oh my goodness. It's gonna be fun. It's May. It's gonna be May. May.